It's underway at 8 a.m. local time. The big question, of course, is this. Will the veteran leader Nitish Kumar, who's been in charge of the state for the last 20 years, is he again going to be given another opportunity by the people of Bihar? It's going to be a fascinating election, Shivan, because, you know, in elections in India, there are states and there are states. Bihar is one of those preeminent states where it is really, really difficult to predict what is there in the hearts of every youth from Bihar. And we'll find out as to what happens there.
And with the winter session of Parliament coming up soon enough, this is going to be a very pivotal result. We are going to be tracking those developments through the day. Also on World DNA, as the probe widens into the Delhi blast, India's Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meeting. And this comes as investigators find crucial materials which can produce ricin, a deadly poison, which was found at Dr. Ahmed Syed's residence in Hyderabad. Let's start with the headlines first. This is World DNA.
The Gujarat's anti-terrorism squad conducts raids in Hyderabad, seizing materials linked to the production of ricin. The operation targeted a certain Dr. Ahmed Muhyiddin Syed's residence, one of the three people who's been arrested by the ATS.
All eyes on Bihar as counting for the assembly election results begins today. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar seeks a record fifth term, while opposition eyes an upset. Exit polls, however, show the NDA ahead.
The American Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear. Says the campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere.
Kiev mayor says Ukrainian capital comes under a massive Russian attack with explosions reported in the city. Air defense systems activated with tracer fire and anti-missile deployments. 2 wounded in eastern Dnipropetrovsk region.
A Russian Su-30 fighter jet crashes during a training flight in Karelia region, killing both crew members. The plane, in fact, went down in the forest with no ground casualties being reported. The authorities launched an investigation into the cause.
Israel receives the body of one of the last 4 hostages held in Gaza from the Red Cross as part of a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Forensic experts confirm that the body is that of Israeli hostage Meni Godard.
The BBC has said that its chairman has sent a letter to the American President Donald Trump apologizing for a misleading edit of one of his speeches, but has rejected that it constitutes grounds for a defamation lawsuit.
Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin launches its new Glenn rocket on its debut flight for paying customers, carrying 2 satellites on their way to Mars in the company's first NASA-scale science mission.
The Wall Street closes sharply lower, hit by the steep losses in Nvidia, Tesla and other AI names. Investor nerves have risen as inflation concerns and also some mixed Fed signals have dampened the hope for more rate cuts. The Standard & Poor's 500 index has fallen by nearly 1.7%, while Nasdaq is down 2.3%, and the Dow has slid by nearly 800 points.
France becomes the second European nation to book their place at the 2026 World Cup finals. The 2018 winners booked the spot with a 4-0 win over Ukraine.
All right, so this, of course, is the big moment. The counting of the votes is about to get underway in about another 23 minutes, Shivan. It is the election in Bihar, something that everyone has been looking out for. Bihar has put forth an unprecedented voter turnout. But this is the moment of truth. Will Nitish Kumar come back again, the veteran politician, or is there going to be space for Tejashwi Yadav, who's, of course, put out a very stout fight? We'll, of course, find out as to which way the people in Bihar have voted. So Bihar is all set to get a new chief minister as the voters determine if the veteran leader Nitish Kumar of the Janata Dal United will clinch an unprecedented fifth term as the chief minister, or will he pave the way for a new government?
Now, the two-phase assembly elections for the 243-seat House conducted on the 6th and the 11th of November. It witnessed an impressive voter turnout and participation of 67.13%. And exit polls largely favor a dominant victory for the National Democratic Alliance. Saleh, regardless of which exit poll you've studied so far, they're all hinting in one direction and by a landslide. But as we've seen, exit polls have not always gone right. They've gone wrong several times. We've seen recently as well. So you never really know what really happens, and we will get to know shortly from now. And that includes the NDA, which includes JDU, while Rashtriya Janata Dal's Tejashwi Yadav, the face of the opposition India bloc, is confidently predicting a landslide for their Mahagathbandhan.
You know, it remains to be seen as to which way this goes. But Shivan, as you mentioned, the exit polls, those figures, they are based on what the voters have said once they have voted. It's easier to predict the vote share on the basis of exit polls, but turning that vote share into seats, that is where the magic happens. And now we'll find out as to, how many people have voted and which way things are going to go. So it is a massive electorate of 7.45 crore that cast its ballots to shape the destiny of 2,616 contenders, featuring high-profile names like the Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Kumar Sinha, the JJD's Tej Pratap, and the Congress's State Chief Rajesh Kumar. The vote tally kicks off at 8 a.m. local time across 46 counting stations in 36 districts, with early indications expected by 9 a.m.
And the postal ballot counting is going to start at 8 a.m. EVM counting starts at 8:30 a.m. So it's minutes from now. The NDA coalition fielded candidates from 5 parties, with JDU and BJP each contesting for 101 seats each. Which one of them wins more will really also be determining a lot more within the party dynamics. Whereas the India Alliance, the bloc, it unites the RJD, the Congress, CPI, ML, Liberation, other left outfits, and the VIP here as well. A record 5th term for Nitish Kumar. He's already been in power for 20 long years. The record has already been set, and now a 5th record. Or will this go against the incumbent? And the rise in voter turnout. A lot of people, both sides are claiming that in their favor, that the rise in voter turnout will go in our favor. But there are questions that perhaps the rise in voter turnout compared to 2020 may just be going against the incumbent.
Shivan, it's also interesting to see as to why the voter turnout has gone up so substantially. It is a record voter turnout. There are a number of reasons that are now being put forth. Now, historically, the logic has always been there is a voter turnout that is high when the voter wants to come out and say something to the government that he's got. Historically, this is how it goes, that if there is a higher voter turnout, then it goes against the incumbent. But if you look at the predictions that are being put forth by the pollsters as part of the exit polls, they're all indicating that Nitish Kumar, surprisingly, despite the fact that he's been the head of the state of Bihar as the chief minister for 20 years, is not facing anti-incumbency.
Slipping into a breaking news right now, which is coming in the investigation which expands in the Delhi blast case. House of Dr. Umar Nabi, the man who was driving the Hyundai i20 car when it exploded in front of the Red Fort in Delhi, has been razed to the ground in the overnight operation in Pulwama, South Kashmir. Saleh, our correspondent Idris our colleague Idris was there on ground. He was right outside this house and he was reporting all through the previous days. Idris, who's joining us over the phone line. Idris, give us more. This is the location where you had been reporting. What do you see there? You were in Pulwama just yesterday.
Well, yes, Shivan, it seems like Jammu and Kashmir police decided overnight to basically bulldoze the house that belonged to Dr. Umar and his family. We already saw how his family members were taken by Jammu and Kashmir police for investigation. His parents were let off after the DNA sample was taken, but his brothers still remain in detention and they're still being questioned and investigated. We have seen this happening in the previous time also when the Pahalgam terror attack happened. At that time also we saw how the houses of the terrorists whose name had propped up could be responsible or could have provided help to the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack. Two of the names I could recall, Adil Thokar and Amir Nazir and Asad al-Sheikh, they were all in South Kashmir. And their houses were bulldozed by security forces as well. So now it seems that the action has been taken only after there was the correlation that Dr. Umar was the person who was driving the I-20 car and was responsible for the attack that took place outside Red Fort.
Right. Now, try help us make sense of this as to what is the basis for which the police has gone out and demolished the house of Dr. Umar Nabi? Now, of course, his name has popped out. He's said to be the one who was behind the wheel of the I-20 car that was involved in the blast near the iconic Red Fort. But would the house of this individual not be a place where the police can, of course, go and try find more clues that would aid in the investigation? Why is it that a place that could have given more evidence as to what was, of course, being planned has now been demolished in this manner so completely? What is the premise for this?
Well, Saleh, to be honest, the investigation on Dr. Umar started around 2 weeks ago. It was not only after the Red Fort blast, but before that, when the Faridabad terror module was busted. It was much before that when the first doctor was arrested in that case. Dr. Adil Rathur, who was the first doctor who was arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police, was the doctor who gave information about two more doctors. One was Dr. Muzammil, who was arrested after a few days after Dr. Adil, and they'd also given the name of Dr. Umar. But Dr. Umar had gone absconding when he had seen that both of his accomplices have been caught up by security forces. And since then, Jammu and Kashmir police has been investigating in this case. After the Red Fort blast, when the picture and the CCTV grab came up, they correlated the picture with him. And after that, the investigation was intensified.
Right.
The family members were taken for questioning. But all the material, the phones, the digital the digital appliances at home were already taken by security forces.
Yes.
and all of the house was searched not once but multiple times before taking an action like this, where they bulldozed the whole house. So investigations must have been completed for security forces, and then only after that they would take an action like this.
All right, Idris, thanks so much for getting us those details. Just to repeat to our viewers, the house of Dr. Umar, the man who was driving the Hyundai i20 car when it exploded in Delhi, his house has been razed to the ground in an overnight operation in Pulwama, South Kashmir.
So the probe widens in the Delhi Red Fort blast case. A high-level meeting was held at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, where he met with the top officials, including the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and the Intelligence Bureau Chief Tapan Kumar Dekar, to assess the situation.
And the high-level meetings have been continuing since a number of days. The cabinet resolution had determined this as an incident of terror, and this was days ago. And now, of course, another high-level meeting which has taken place. The meeting comes as two hybrid terrorists, Shabir Ahmad Najar and Shabir Ahmad Mir, were arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's Sopore with arms and ammunition, including a pistol, magazine, 20 live rounds and 2 hand grenades. Now, the recoveries indicate that the duo's involvement in ongoing terror-related activities in the region, and agencies working to uncover the extent of the terror network and its connections are working overtime for this.
Indeed, and also in a separate development, the border security forces now foiled Pakistan's nefarious cross-border smuggling attempts, neutralizing 3 Pakistani drones and also seizing a packet of what is said to be about 558 grams of heroin along the Punjab border. This development has come as the government is cracking down on terror networks, which continues following the massive blast that has happened in Delhi.
And tracking other stories coming from around the world, Kiev came under a massive overnight attack as explosions echoed across the Ukrainian capital.
The fires broke out in multiple districts and at least about 2 people were reported to be wounded, where Kiev's mayor has now said that air defense forces are fully engaged as Russia launched a large-scale strike on the capital.
AFP journalists on the ground reported seeing tracer rounds aimed at drones and several anti-missile batteries firing into the sky. Russian Defense Ministry announced that its forces have captured the settlement in Danilivka in the Dnipropetrovsk region. News agencies reported that a Russian Su-30 fighter jet crashed in a forested area of Karelia during a training session, killing both crew members.
And also the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited the troops near the Zaporizhia front line, where Russia has recently made its advances in its almost 4-year-long invasion. Ukraine is also expanding its offensive capabilities. It has deployed the newly developed cruise missiles, amongst other weapons, to strike targets in Russia and in the Russian-occupied areas this week.
Now, this includes Crimea, where Ukrainian forces targeted an oil terminal, a helicopter base, a drone storage site, and an air defense radar near Yevpatoria. One of these weapons is the FP5, which is commonly called the Flamingo missile, after a manufacturing error left them bright pink. It can reportedly reach targets up to 3,000 kilometers away and deliver a 1,150 kilogram warhead.
And diplomatic tensions are also on the rise as talks emerge of a potential US-Russia summit. The Russian media has now reported that Moscow has reviewed the comments made by the American Secretary of State Marco Rubio, indicating that both nations understand the need to prepare for a productive summit.
Now, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said that Russia would respond in kind if the United States resumes nuclear weapons testing. Kremlin said that Ukraine will have to negotiate with Russia sooner or later and warned that Kiev's bargaining position weakens by the day. Now, on Thursday, NATO forces conducted large-scale exercises along the alliance's eastern flank. Troops from France, Poland, Spain, Portugal and North Macedonia joined Romanian forces in the Dacian Fall 2025 drills.
Ukraine has also alleged that South Africans have been misled and fooled into fighting in the war. This after 17 South Africans had appealed for assistance, saying that they were sent to the front lines in Ukraine.
They have been recruited in violation of South African law. which I would imagine would be something that South African government would like to talk about with the Russian government. And by the way, if it's true that some of South African politicians were involved, then it makes the whole situation even more precarious.
And the US is pushing the UN Security Council to adopt President Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan.
And the United States has called on the United Nations Security Council to unite and to back its draft resolution, warning that Palestinians could otherwise suffer some pretty grave consequences.
The plan proposes establishing a board of peace to govern Gaza temporarily, with Trump potentially chairing it until the Palestinian Authority takes control after reforms. Israel has received the body of one of the last 4 hostages held in Gaza, identified as Meni Goddard, 73 years of age, who was abducted during the October 7, 2023 attack. They confirmed that they have identified the remains of Goddard.
The head of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, Filipe Lazzarini, has said that they are now doing everything that they can to provide humanitarian aid to those who are in need in the Gaza Strip. He also added that they are no longer receiving American funding and has asked other donor nations for more money, warning that their operations could suffer without a cash infusion.
Meanwhile, Gazans were seen waiting to recover remains of loved ones still buried under the rubble. They appealed to the international organizations to help them retrieve the body, and also questioned why the bodies of Palestinians are not treated with the same care as Israeli bodies.
The Palestinian Authority has reported that the Israeli soldiers killed 2 15-year-old Palestinians in occupied West Bank, while Israel is calling these 15-year-olds to be terrorists who were attempting to carry out an attack. The incident has now sparked international concern, with the United Nations Secretary General condemning the violence and calling for an immediate halt to such acts.
The UN Chief Antonio Guterres also condemned Israeli settlers' attack on a mosque in the central West Bank, saying that such attacks on places of worship are completely unacceptable.
Regarding the West Bank, I can tell you that we are deeply disturbed by the attacks by Israeli settlers who set fire overnight to a mosque in a West Bank village. Such attacks on places of worship are completely unacceptable. We have and will continue to condemn attacks by Israeli settlers on Palestinians and their property in the West Bank.
Once a British schoolgirl who fled to join ISIS, Shamima Begum's story continues to divide opinion.
A new independent report is now urging the UK to repatriate her and others detained in Syrian camps. This as the region itself, under al-Shara's leadership, enters a new phase of political reckoning.
The report from the Independent Commission on the UK counter-terrorism policy has described the conditions in the Syrian camps as inhuman, dangerous and degrading. Nearly 70 people linked to Britain, including women and children, remain detained in these facilities.
Now, the review said that the camps risk being seen as Britain's Guantanamo. The Commission warns that the UK's reluctance to bring them home could prove counterproductive, leaving Britain an outlier among Western nations that have begun repatriations. It argues that a controlled, security-led return would uphold human rights and reduce the risk of radicalization in these lawless zones.
Now, Shamima Begum's case sits at the heart of that argument. She had left London when she was just 15 years old to join the ISIS. She had lost 3 children in infancy and then was stripped of her British citizenship in 2019. Now 25 years old, she has repeatedly expressed regret, saying that she was actually groomed to join the ISIS and then go to Syria and deserves a second chance.
Now, as Syria under President Ahmed al-Shara gains global legitimacy, highlighted by his unprecedented visit to the White House and President Trump's public show of support, pressure is building on the UK to re-evaluate its position.
While Britain hesitates, other nations have begun limited repatriations from Syria's detention camps. Now, dozens of women and children have returned to Australia, many reportedly reintegrating successfully.
France repatriated 3 women and 10 children this year after Europe's rights court criticized its delays. Countries like Belgium, Germany and the Netherlands have recovered most of their citizens, while Denmark only repatriates children without their mothers. Alright, it's time now for a short break on World DNA, but we will be back on the other side. The Election Commission of India will start counting of votes for the 243-member Bihar Assembly at 8 a.m. We will be covering all aspects of this high-stakes electorate on the other side of World DNA. Come right back.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Iran claims to possess a missile that can reach the United States and says it has broken a US-Israeli spy network. Partition fears return to Gaza as Trump's plan hits a wall. Defiant Hezbollah takes aim at Israel and the US. The group says it will not disarm under pressure.
Watch the West Asia Post with me, Radi Francis, every Friday at these times, only on WION. World is One.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. This is World DNA with Saleh. I'm Shivan. We are tracking the developments which are going to be coming in from Bihar as counting is going to start minutes from now. The postal ballot counting starts in Bihar at 8 a.m.
That is correct indeed, Shivan. This, of course, is the big moment. This is where we'll actually get the real results. The entertainment that we were having with the exit polls, that is now out of the window. The parties will now be looking at what happens in every single constituency. Because remember, there are many issues in Bihar. Bihar is one of those states, the largest states of India, that has the lowest per capita income. Bihar has not witnessed change. For some reason, Nitish Kumar, who many would call the consummate politician, no matter who his alliance partner is, he wants to be the chief minister. The question, of course, is he going to be chosen by the people of Bihar again?
He's been the chief minister for 20 years. He's eyeing a record 5th term, but the opposition has not been dampened by anything that the exit polls have suggested, which are suggesting a NDA sweep. The opposition is not buying it. Let's start with the headlines at this hour as we track all the developments coming in from Bihar.
So all eyes are on Bihar's counting for the assembly election results is to begin now. The Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is seeking a 5th term while the opposition is eyeing for a historic upset. The exit polls, however, had predicted that it is going to be an NDA show ahead.
Security forces demolished the house of Dr. Omar Nabi, driver of the I-20 car involved in the blast near Delhi's Red Fort. Operation took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
Eight people apparently burned to their death and about 13 others are seriously injured after a speeding truck collides with multiple vehicles at the Navale Bridge area on the Pune-Bengaluru highway.
Russia unleashes massive combined attack on Kiev, sparking fires and scattering debris across many districts of the capital. At least 11 people injured as emergency crews respond to multiple strikes.
And China summons Japan's ambassador following remarks by Japan's Prime Minister Sane Takaichi, who suggested that Tokyo might send troops to defend Taiwan under collective self-defense in the event of an armed attack.
US Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear. Says the campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in Western Hemisphere.
And Israel receives one more body of the last of the 4 hostages who was in the custody of Hamas in the Gaza Strip from the Red Cross as part of a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The forensic experts confirmed that the body is indeed that of the Israeli hostage Meni Godard.
Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin launches its new Glenn rocket on its debut flight for paying customers, carrying 2 satellites on their way to Mars in the company's first NASA-scale science mission.
And the Wall Street has closed sharply lower, hit by steep losses in Nvidia, Tesla and other AI names. Investor nerves have risen as inflation concerns and mixed Fed signals have dampened the hope for more rate cuts. Standard & Poor's 500 has fallen by nearly 1.7%. The Nasdaq is down by 2.3%, while the Dow Jones has slid by nearly 800 points.
Carlos Alcaraz secures the year-end world number 1 spot by beating Lorenzo Musetti at the ATP Finals 6-4, 6-1 in Turin. And as the race to power in Bihar and counting of votes has begun, postal ballots first.
That's indeed true, Shivan. This is the moment, the postal ballots are going to be counted. So you will get a sort of a skewed picture because postal ballots do not always indicate which way the trends are. By 8:30, the counting from the EV machines will, of course, begin. And we need to see as to which way the wind is blowing in Bihar. Because is this going to be a repeat again for Nitish Kumar, where he again comes back and sits in the chief minister's chair, even though he's been in power for the last 20 years?
20 years. It's going to be a fifth record term or an upset for the incumbent. Bihar is set to elect its chief ministers as voters determine if veteran leader Nitish Kumar of the JDU will clinch an unprecedented fifth term, or will he pave way for a new government? Now, the two-phase assembly elections for the 243-seat House conducted on the 6th and the 11th of November witnessed an impressive voter participation of 67.13%.
The voter turnout, which has been unprecedented, this of course has sparked a lot of speculation as to what actually prompted the people of Bihar to come out and vote in this very unprecedented manner. Now, some are suggesting, this is how they see it, that some are suggesting that they probably want change, and that is why so many people have come out and voted. That's one theory. Another is the migrant population.
Yes.
And that's being talked about a lot because it was the festive season.
Chhat Puja.
The Chhat Puja, there was Deepavali, and many of the people who had gone to Bihar to visit their homes have now stayed back to cast their ballots and to make it count.
Have they voted for change
and
or not?
What have the migrant voter been voting for? What do they want? Do they want another 5 more years of Nitish Kumar? These are some of the questions we will, of course, get an answer to. The exit polls, however, have predicted a dominant victory for the incumbent National Democratic Alliance, including the JDU and Rashtriya Janata Dal, the RJD's party under Tejashwi Yadav. It seems not to have had the same spark as it once did under Lalu Prasad Yadav. It now remains to be seen, can Tejashwi Yadav actually earn his purse and oust the long-time incumbent Nitish Kumar?
But he confidently predicts a landslide for the Mahagathbandhan, the Grand Alliance, a massive electorate of 7.45 crore cast ballots to shape the destiny of over 2,600 candidates and featuring high-profile names as well, like Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Kumar Sinha, JJD's Tej Pratap and Congress State Chief Rajesh Kumar. Now, vote tallying has already started at 8 a.m. and this is across 46 counting stations in 38 districts with early indications expected around 9 a.m.
And the very first figures that come out, Shivan, it's important to point out that these are just early trends and leads. They're not necessarily, they are not going to be results at least till about 10, 11 a.m. So in the next 3-4 hours, we'll have a clear picture as to which way the wind, of course, is blowing. Now, the NDA coalition fielded candidates from 5 parties, with the JDU and the BJP each contesting on 101 seats each, whereas the India Alliance unites the RJD, the Congress, the CPI-ML, Liberation and other left outfits, and also the VIP, the Vikashsheel Insan Party.
All right, we're now being joined live by Aditi Fadnis from New Delhi, who's a senior journalist and contributing editor, Business Standard. Ms. Fadnis, we were discussing what would happen. Now, of course, it's result day. Counting has already begun. Let's start with the most obvious question that I think it will all boil down to. Is it going to be a record 5th term for the incumbent?
Well, I don't want to speculate on whether it's going to be a record term for whom, but certainly the crucial question, the central question is how many votes, how many seats is Nitish Kumar's JDU going to win? Because for me, that is the central deciding factor which will determine the outcome of the election. Nitish Kumar is known as, you yourself said, a consummate politician who can switch sides, who is under no obligation to change coalition partners when he feels he is in a better position with one or the other. So for the last 5 years, his friends have been the BJP, but he can get new friends. There's no bar on that. So for me, the deciding factor is not how many seats or what the strike rate of parties is going to be, but what the strike rate of the JDU is going to be.
I think that of course, is going to be a crucial question, Ms. Fadnis. We'll, of course, get to know as to what the figures will be because these are still very initial moments. We are 11 minutes into counting since it has started. But do you expect, in some ways, the JDU to get more number of seats than the Bharatiya Janata Party this time round? Because Bihar is a bit of an outlier of a state, even in the Hindi belt. Not many people would get this. The fact is the Bharatiya Janata Party, despite the very dominant performance that it has put out in the last couple of decades, it still has never managed to have its own government in Bihar. It always needs the JDU as its partner. How do you see the power balance between the JDU and the BJP itself within the NDA alliance?
So far, the power balance has been equitable. JDU has usually got what it has wanted from the central government in the BJP. We know that one of the major demands of Bihar, and specifically articulated by the JDU, was special status for Bihar. The category of special status states has been abolished or has been eliminated altogether after the Finance Commission report. But that has never been a problem. So reach of funds has never been a problem for the government led by Nitish Kumar, and you see that in that reflected in the amount of infrastructure development that has happened in Bihar in the last 20 years, but more specifically in the last 5 years or so. Uh, Bihar is now the only state in India which has a bridge and road maintenance policy.
Right.
Because as you know, Bihar is an outlier. It is right at the end of the Ganga, and Ganga and its tributaries contribute a lot of alluvial soil, which makes Bihar very fertile, but also present a big problem in terms of navigation. You have to circumvent large areas to reach your point of destination, which might be on the other side of the Ganga, which needs bridges. And this government has built more bridges than any other in the past.
Ms. Fadnis, stay with us. We'll just quickly go to a reaction that is coming from Tejashwi Yadav of the RJD.
ठीक होने वाली है बाहर चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को बदलाव होगा बदलाव होने जा रहा है चलिए सरकार बना रहे हैं चलिए
आज जो सूर्य का तेज है ना वह विकास का तेज है वह राजनीति में वंशवाद का नहीं रहेगा भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं रहेगा पारिवारिक विरासत का नहीं रहेगा राजनीति में बिहार की जनता एनडीए के नेता क्लाइमेट लीडर पर विश्वास करेगी माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी पर
All right, so that of course we heard a little while back from Tejashwi Yadav.
He's calling it Badlav.
He's calling it Badlav. He seems to be very, very confident that this time round the people of Bihar of course want change. But will it happen? Because remember, it is a very complicated election. It's not your normal election. The caste arithmetic, that is the crux of what happens here. There's also the question of Vikas, there's this question of government policies. But at the same time, Bihar is a very complicated state where every Bihari individual has an opinion, and a very strong opinion on politics, and it's very difficult to predict as to which way the wind, of course, is blowing.
Ms. Fadnis, if you're there with us, yes, Ms. Fadnis, the voter turnout, that's something Saleh and me have been discussing here in the studio as well, and the entire country has seen it, 67.13%. It's a leap ahead of what was seen the previous time in 2020. What could have been the possible reasons that led to this increased voter turnout?
I think it's pretty clear that women have fueled the large voter turnout, and policies of the previous government, policies of Nitish Kumar specifically, have been very pro-women ever since he came to power in 2000. He not only did a lot of work on women's education, which is actually showing now because Bihar shows, despite its other parameters being miserably low, it shows the highest level of recruitment in the police forces of women. So, I mean, that's a factoid. But the fact is that women's education has been a kind of a passion for Nitish Kumar from the time he came to power. Bihar's educational sector is pretty decrepit. There's no doubt about that. There are exam leaks. There is impersonation. There's a lot of problems. But still, facilitating the girl child's entry into the school by providing her bicycles in order to cycle to school was a big game changer. It's not just that, it's also that that he imposed prohibition on Bihar at considerable revenue cost, because excise is a big component in any state's GDP. And he also did a lot of work to make Bihar safer for women in terms of law and order. So all this, the combination of all this, has led to I mean, Bihar women coming out in large numbers. Also, I think the game changer was the 3,000 rupee well, people call it freebie. I don't look at it like that. Uh, Grant for women entrepreneurs. Their eyes are not just on this 3,000 on this 10,000 rupees which they are going to get. It's also on the 2,009 2,90,000 rupees which has been promised to them if he comes to power.
And Ms. Fadnis, as I had mentioned, that voter turnout, there was 72 lakh extra votes that were cast this time. Now, regardless of what all would have fueled that, who do you feel that would have gone in favor of, and who would they have, would it only be helping as the results are awaited hours from now?
Well, I don't know what extra votes are. These are presumably the votes of
Compared
the
to
new
last time,
voters who have been added.
compared to
Who have been added to the electoral list, and the special intensive review launched by the Election Commission has contributed to this. So, I mean, duplicate voters have been eliminated, new voters have been added, and the voters list has been pruned, and the net result is that more voters have been added. So, totally, it's hard to
To
say
put the
who they
question
would have
slightly
voted for.
differently, what Shivan would mean is that why are we witnessing such a high voter turnout? Why is it that in comparison to the previous elections,
2020,
in comparison with 2020, there have been substantially more number of people who in fact come out and cast their ballots? What has brought the people of Bihar to the voting stations to cast their ballots in this unprecedented manner? What do you think is driving this?
Well, I think the reason is partly women, because the percentage of women voters has increased considerably. And it's also the new voter who is very keen to cast his vote the first time.
I think there are about 14 odd lakh
when I
voters who are said to be the first time voters.
migration workers coming back.
And that of course is a crucial point, Jivan, because Ms. Fadnis, this time round, the vote of the migrants is said to play a big role.
Exactly.
Because it was the festive season, people had
Chhath
gone
Puja.
home for Chhath Puja, they'd stayed back and then they decided to make their ballot count. Which way do you think the migrant voters of Bihar, that is people who work in other states, who've gone back home this time during election season, would have cast their ballot?
Was it for caste or was it for change? These are questions coming up.
Well, migrant voters typically, I mean, I'm relying on anecdotal evidence here. Migrant voters typically would vote with the other factors in mind. They would vote looking at not just what they are seeing in their state, but also what they have seen in other states.
Right.
Where they may be working and they may be operating, and based on that colors their experience, and based on that they will have come back home hoping that either the same governance model will be continued, or that there should be change. At this point, it's very hard to say which way the migrant voter will vote.
Right.
That's in the realm of speculation.
Ms.
But,
Fadnis, some people have
overall,
suggested that even though the migrant population of Bihar, when they go to the other states, they see what they're witnessing. When they are in other states, they're all looked upon as people from Bihar. But the minute they go back home, they're not just people from Bihar, then they go back into their respective castes, where people become Thakur, Brahmin, people of other castes, Muslim. Do you think, once the migrant labor goes back home, they're looking at issues of development, or does the question of caste start weighing in on their minds?
Well, all of India, caste is a living reality. So you cannot eliminate caste from your identity. You cannot remove it. But that said, there are many people from the same caste in a constituency. Who does the migrant voter specifically vote for? even assuming that he votes, I'll give you an example. That in Darbhanga where I went, the Jan Swaraj party has fielded an upper caste candidate. So has the JDU BJP. So now, of them, who is the migrant voter going to choose from? Is he going to choose a party that has only newly been launched, or is he going to choose a party that he has seen operating elsewhere in
Right.
India, while the caste is the same? So there are many ifs and buts in this, and I would not like to speculate on this.
All right.
But overall, it does seem as if the migrant voters' uh, preferences
Right.
are colored by his experience outside the state.
Ms. Fadnis, another aspect that needs to be spoken is every time that an incumbent seeks a re-election, he speaks of his track record. Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister for the last 20 years. He's now 74 years old, and questions have been brought up about his mental acuity. Is he really there 100% all of the time? Because there have been videos of him, where it appears that he's clearly not aware of where he is. Do you think that has played a role on the minds of the people of Bihar in choosing who they want as their next chief minister?
Saleh, just allow me to come in there, and Ms. Fadnis, we'll come to you for the response that Saleh asked. I'll just quickly like to go to the trends that are coming in. It's been about 20 minutes since the counting started. 77 out of 243 constituencies, that's where the trends are coming in from. 47 for the BJP, RJD plus at, of course, that's the Grand Alliance I'm talking about, that's at 26 now. And the JSP, Jan Swaraj, having a count here at 3. Others at 2. Those are the kind of trends we're picking up. Just to repeat to our viewers, these are initial trends. It's just been 20 minutes. This is where it seems to be going as far as the constituencies that they are coming in from. 78 constituencies where they're coming in from, out of which 47 for the BJP plus, that's the NDA, and for the Mahagathbandhan 26, JSP, Jan Swaraj at 3. So as of now, at least the trends seem to be very much in tandem with what the exit polls had suggested. But once again, repeating it for our viewers, that these are initial trends. These are not the results. So we will need to wait and watch. Ms. Fadnis, back to you for what Saleh had questioned.
So the question, I think, was about incumbency.
Incumbency and also the mental acuity of Nitish Kumar. He's 74 years old. At times there have been these videos that have done the round, something that the opposition has also extensively spoken about, that Nitish Kumar is probably getting old and age is catching up with him. Do you think that would have played a role in the way the people in Bihar would have voted for him?
I think this is a vote of a thank you vote for Nitish Kumar. This election, more than any others in the past. People have seen the work that the government has done, both with the RJD as partner and with the BJP as partner. And their contribution, their gratitude is with Nitish Kumar. Yes, there are problems about his health, and periodically his detractors keep putting out stories about how he's not all there. I did not see any evidence of that either in his speeches or in the way he conducted himself. I think he was very sharp, and I don't want to go into a long story about this, but he contradicted his rivals fairly effectively whenever he was required to. There is evidence for that. So yes, his health, at 74, you're no longer as agile mentally or physically as you are at 47. But overall, there is a lot to be said about what he has done for Bihar. And I think his reputation as a floor crosser when it comes to changing partners, even after fighting elections with them, I think that is a story that has been overturned. His reputation as Palturam, person who is a kind of
Shiva, that's an interesting aspect of Indian politics, where Nitish Kumar, despite the fact that he's tried to project himself as Sushasan Kumar, someone who has brought good governance to the state of Bihar, the fact is that he's okay to choose any alliance partner that he can so that he continues to remain in the chief minister's chair.
And that moniker remains with
him. That does.
Which Fadnis just put it out there, but that moniker remains. But, just to take it a little further from what Saleh mentioned, Ms. Fadnis, usually, and we've seen this thrice at least in Bihar in the past, that a higher voter turnout, which is anywhere more than 5% from the previous time, from the previous election, it usually spells a change. It's not really gone in the favor of the incumbent. It happened in 1967, it happened in 1980 and also in 1990 when the voter turnout was more than 5% and there was a change of government. Do you find that kind of a trend possibly repeating itself in 2025?
I would not derive such conclusions because for the data that you have given, the instances that you have given, the opposite is also true.
Yes.
So we cannot derive such conclusions. I don't think voter turnout means, plus for one or the other side. It merely means that people have an opinion and they're out there, out on the streets to register it, whatever their opinion may be.
Interesting. This is the election counting that has just gotten started. And let's get our viewers up to speed with the latest trends that have come in, where these are, remember, still projections and trends and early leads. It's only the postal ballots that have been counted so far at 8:27. At this moment, this is what the figures indicate, that NDA is ahead at 38. The Mahagathbandhan is ahead at 24, while others have got 4 seats in their kitty in the leads and trends. These are very, very early numbers, and things can dramatically change in the course of the next few minutes.
I think in another 2 to 3 minutes, the EVM counting will start as well, and then perhaps these trends will have a little more weight behind what it is. But again, as I mentioned, these are trends. Out of the 100 constituencies, out of 243, the trends that are coming in that we're reading out for you, 63 for the NDA, 32 for the Mahagathbandhan, the Grand Alliance, 3 for the Jan Swaraj Party. Let me very quickly, Ms. Fadnis, before we slip into a break, the Jan Swaraj Party, they were mostly being seen as disruptors. How much of that do you feel is going to happen as the results are, as we approach the final result?
Jan Swaraj has designed itself as a disruptor, and that is where its attractiveness and its newness lies. As to whether it's going to make a substantial impact on the ground, I have my doubts. People agree generally with what Jan Swaraj is saying, but would have felt that it might be a waste of their vote to vote for it because it has very little chance of actually forming a government there. So while Jan Swaraj is important, I don't think it's going to have a very big impact, except in those seats which have posted very, very narrow victories.
I think that is what Prashant Kishore himself, all through campaigning has said, ya to arsh par, ya phir farsh par. So it remains to be seen as to what is going to be the tally that, the Jan Swaraj Party of Prashant Kishore ends up with. We'll slip into a short break. Do continue to stay with us. We'll get you all the updates that are unfolding at this moment in this big election count in Bihar. We'll see you on the other side.
Just a quick takeaway, 50% is what the initial trends are suggesting, where the NDA is ahead of the Grand Alliance by 50%. There's jubilation in the NDA camp, but of course these are earlier trends. Let's wait and watch what happens.
Never celebrate early. That is the reason.
Yeah, they're still calling it Badlav. That's what Tejashwi Yadav is saying. We'll slip into a very quick break. Come right back.
From timeless legends to modern day actors, we take a look at Indian actors with the maximum number of hits to their credit.
अच्छा मतलब वो लोग पहचानते नहीं मुझे. Now we are re-releasing the film with the original end.
Meet Indian lyricist screenwriter Javed Akhtar and know all about the evolution of storytelling in animation. All this and much more with me, Diksha Bisla, on WION at these times.
राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of the big election count day in Bihar. This, of course, is the big moment. Which way have the people of Bihar voted? We'll, of course, get to know. These are very initial trends and leads that we're getting, Diksha. These are just the postal ballots that have been counted so far. And now, the actual EVM machines, the votes that have been cast there will be counted. It is an exciting election. It's an election unlike any other because Bihar, remember, is a bit of an outlier even amongst the Hindi-speaking states. A lot of people may not appreciate it. The Bharatiya Janata Party that has been so dominant in Indian politics in the last 1 decade plus has actually never managed to win a majority on its own in the state of Bihar. It's never formed a government there. It's always needed a partner to be in the government.
Absolutely, Mr. Sali, and while we know the exit polls have seem to favor the NDA, but of course we'll have to see which way the winds blow. But for now, let's take a quick look at the headlines before we get into the latest updates from Bihar.
Since the counting of votes is underway for the high-stakes Bihar Assembly polls, the BJP-led NDA is ahead in these very, very early leads. And the JDU says that good governance is now returning in the state all over again.
India Bloc's Chief Minister face and RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav says a change is about to come in Bihar. His coalition is voting to win elections and form the government.
The security forces have now demolished the house of the person who was involved in the blast at the iconic Red Fort. Dr. Umar Nabi, the driver of the I-20 car, was involved in the blast. His house has now been demolished. The operation, that is the demolition of his house, took place overnight in the Pulwama district in South Kashmir.
8 people burned to death and about 13 others injured after a speeding truck collides with multiple vehicles in the Valley Bridge area on Pune-Bangalore highway.
And Russia unleashes a massive combined attack on Kiev, sparking fires and also scattering debris across many districts of the capital. At least about 11 people have been injured as emergency crews are responding to multiple strikes.
China summons Japan's ambassador following remarks by Japan's Prime Minister Sane Takaichi, who suggested that Tokyo might send troops to defend Taiwan under collective self-defense in event of an armed attack.
And the American Defense Secretary announces major military drills in the Caribbean and South America, calling them Operation Southern Spear. They says that this campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere.
Wall Street closed sharply lower, hit by steep losses in Nvidia, Tesla and other AI names. Investor nerves rose as inflation concerns and mixed Fed signals dampened hopes for more rate cuts. S&P 500 fell 1.7%, Nasdaq dropped 2.3% and Dow slid nearly 800 points.
So Bihar is all set to get its new or the next chief minister. The counting of the votes is currently underway to determine if the veteran leader Nitish Kumar of the Janata Dal United will come back as the chief minister again, even though he's been in power for the last 20 plus years.
Of course, Mr. Sali, and the question that if he'll clinch an unprecedented fifth term as chief minister or will he pave the way for a new government is on everybody's mind. But we know the two-phase assembly election for the 243-seat house conducted on November 6th and 11th witnessed an impressive voter participation of 67.13%.
That is correct indeed. Now, the exit polls predicted largely a dominant performance for the NDA, but now the early leads and trends have started to come out, and these are some of the trends that are now doing the rounds. The NDA, the National Democratic Alliance, that is the BJP, JDU combined and their alliance partners, are reportedly ahead in about 54 of the seats. The Mahagathbandhan is reportedly ahead in about 35 of the seats, while the others seem to be leading in 7 of the seats. Now, these are numbers that will dramatically change in the course of the next few minutes, because this, remember, is all on basis of what you see as the postal ballots that have been counted. The counting of the actual votes in the EVMs has just gotten underway in the last 10 minutes. And we will witness some pretty remarkably different numbers. Now, these are the latest one. BJP Plus is ahead in 94, the RJD Plus in 55, the JSP is ahead in 4 and others in 2.
Right, Mr. Sali, and the exit polls, although they largely favour a dominant victory for the National Democratic Alliance, including JDU, while Rashtriya Janata Dal's Tejashwi Yadav, the face of the opposition India bloc, confidently predicts a landslide for the Mahagathbandhan. A massive electorate of 7.45 crore cast ballots to shape the destiny of 2,616 contenders, featuring high-profile names like Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Kumar Sinha, JJD's Tejashwi Yadav and Congress's State Chief Rajesh Kumar. Vote tallying kicks off at 8:30 a.m. local time across 46 counting stations in 38 districts, with early indications expected around 9 a.m. and from just a few minutes from now.
So the NDA coalition, remember, fielded candidates from 5 parties, that is the JDU and the BJP, each contesting 101 seats, whereas the India Alliance has brought together the old combine of the Rashtriya Janata Dal and the Congress, the CPI, ML, Liberation and other left outfits and the VIP. All right, so there are some reactions that are coming in from the leaders as the counting of the votes is underway. Let's listen in to what is being said about what is, of course, expected to happen through the day today.
जीत होने वाली है बाहर चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को बदलाव होगा बदलाव होने जा रहा है चलिए सरकार बना रहे हैं चलिए
देखिए जिस प्रकार से जनता ने खुलकर वोट किया है और पूरे माहौल में जनता के साथ संवाद में हम लोगों ने देखा कि जनता हर जगह खुद सामने से चुनाव में समर्थन व्यक्त कर रही है, तो हम सब आश्वस्त हैं कि इस बार का एनडीए की सीट की टैली 2010 के चुनाव के नजदीक नजर आएगी और एनडीए गठबंधन पूर्ण रूप में सरकार बनाने जा रहा है।
बिहार की उम्मीद और आशा के साथ बिहार बदलाव की ओर अग्रसर है। दोपहर बाद तक सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी। बदलाव तेजस्वी जी के नेतृत्व में महागठबंधन की सरकार।
आज जो सूर्य का तेज है ना, वह विकास का तेज है। वह राजनीति में वंशवाद का नहीं रहेगा, भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं रहेगा, पारिवारिक विरासत का नहीं रहेगा। राजनीति में बिहार की जनता एनडीए के नेता क्लाइमेट लीडर पर विश्वास करेगी, माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी पर।
अपराधियों की तो टोली लेकर तेजस्वी यादव घिरे हुए हैं। रीतिलाल यादव क्या है, इसके प्रचार में लालू यादव जाते हैं। सोचने की बात है।
बिहार में बदलाव का एक आभास है। आने वाला तेजस्वी सरकार है। गया जिला राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के लिए गया जिला हमेशा शुभ रहा है। विपरीत से विपरीत परिस्थिति में जब कोई भी नहीं था तभी गया जिला साथ था, और इस बात के लिए याद रखिएगा कि हम मगध हैं, इस बार अवध से चार्ज हैं।
All right, so that is what some of the leaders there are saying about what is expected to happen in these elections. But remember, we have the early leads and trends that have come in, Diksha. And this is going to be a very, very interesting battle, because from the early numbers that we're looking at, 102 for the BJP plus 58 for the RJD plus and 3 for the JJP and 2 for others. It does appear that the exit poll predictions may actually hold, but we still don't know, because it is from 8:30 a.m. onwards that things can dramatically change. Right. The early postal ballots do not, in fact, give you the complete picture. It now remains to be seen as to which way the people of Bihar have voted.
Absolutely. And to get us more details, we're joined by our correspondent, Shivan from the newsroom. Shivan, we know that all eyes are on Nitish Kumar's future. Will he clinch an unprecedented fifth term as Chief Minister, or will he pave the way for new government? What do you think is going to happen?
He's done it several times in the past. This is, and 20 years to be in power. And a record fifth term is what he's looking at. But then there is always the flip side to it, Diksha, where a higher voter turnout can be looked at as a means for people to look for change. So does it go in the favor of the incumbent, or does it go against the incumbent? Now, that is something we will need to wait and watch. And as of now, we're just about 45 minutes into counting. It's too early to draw a conclusion from the trends that are coming in. But just to go over the numbers, I'll just repeat it once again. What we're learning so far is that BJP, this is, of course, I'm talking about the NDA. The NDA is at 104 and the Grand Alliance is at 58. They're nearly at a 50% leap ahead of the Grand Alliance, the Mahagठबंधन. And the Jan Suraj is also standing at 3 as of now. These are early trends. It's just been 45 minutes. I think after 9 a.m. That's when we can expect some results to also start coming out, when vote counting will be completed as a constituency-wise, one by one. As of now, what we're getting is initial trends. This is not common everywhere. These are trends, as I mentioned, so they differ. Some are also pegging the NDA at somewhere close to about 80 and the Mahagathbandhan at about 55. So the leap may not be as much as, the same everywhere, but what is common as of now is that all trends are suggesting the NDA is ahead. What I've also gained is that there is jubilation in the NDA camp, but one has to look at it with a lot of caution, especially the political parties, because celebrating too early, we've seen enough parties being bitten bad by early celebrations.
Right, Shivan, and we know that this state has created history by recording a voter turnout of 67.13, which is the highest since 1951. And having said that, what, according to you, could this surge in turnout imply for Bihar?
Diksha, and early also, we've spoken with a number of experts. The women turnout, the number of women that came out to vote this time. I'll have to quickly give you some numbers for that as well, that out of 3.51 crore registered women voters, 2.52 crore had cast their votes, and that basically means this is about a 71.6% voter turnout for the women among all the women that are there and eligible to vote in Bihar. This has been a major reason for the high voter turnout overall. Also, another factor has been the migrant workers coming back to Bihar for Chhath Puja, and that would have also raised some kind of, would have had a bearing on the overall voter turnout. Now, who they really voted for, it's only speculation as of now. We can only give trends, but if the exit polls are to go by and if the trends are to go by, it clearly seems that the NDA is in lead. And what I was also discussing with Saleh a little earlier, I think by 11, we'll pretty much know who's in the lead, because by 11, you kind of get an idea of who's going to eventually cross that 122 race mark.
I think that's very crucial. 122 is the majority mark. Now, Shivan, the fact that Bihar, even in comparison with India, has a much younger demographic. This is where it gets interesting. The average age of people in Bihar, believe it or not, is just 22 years old. That is substantially less than what it is for the national average, which is about 28. And there's a lot of speculation that the youth of Bihar may have broken from the past and may have voted very differently. People who say that they don't want to vote for the RJD because they remember what happened under Lalu Prasad Yadav, where they say that it was more sort of a jungle raj that he had presided over. And it is Nitish Kumar, the Sushasan Babu, as he likes to call himself, who came about and brought that change. But someone, let's say, was born in 1995. That person is about 30 years old now. They're voting in these elections in Bihar. But they've not witnessed jungle raj. Their memories are very different. The fact that Bihar remains one of the most backward states in India, how do you think the youth has swung this time round?
Saleh, as far as the youth are concerned, what they haven't seen in the past, but let me compare it to what they are seeing right now, because there was a lot of allegations, I would say, with the opposition putting it of, it was on one hand you had Jungle Raj, and then the other hand you had the narrative of vote chori. So it totally depends on what they are going to be seeing. Also, what determines a lot for a young voter is how their elders have been voting. A lot of people, if they haven't really made up their minds yet, they would go by what perhaps their, they would see their elders voting as in the house. That is one bearing which also has. The other bearing is, of course, their own experiences. But the number of migration that we've seen, the out migration I'm talking about, clearly means that they would have looked for better opportunities elsewhere. Would they want those same opportunities when they come back home? Would they want better opportunities when they come back home? That again will determine which side they would want to go, in favor of the incumbent or against. So that is a question that continues to stay with us. But, we have to wait and watch. It's not even 9 a.m. right now. These are early trends. But yeah, there is jubilation, but has to be taken with a little bit of caution, regardless of which camp. But, Tejashwi Yadav, and the reaction which just played for all our viewers a little earlier, he's still saying Badlav hoga. And for anyone internationally watching us, Badlav means there is going to be a change. That means a new government is going to come here after, at least not Nitish Kumar, if nobody else. That's what Tejashwi Yadav is suggesting.
We'll of course see in the next 3-4 hours whether there will indeed be Badlav, or is it going to be the return.
It might just happen a little
God.
earlier. It might just happen a little earlier.
We'll get to know. We'll get to know, because we should never jump the gun, never celebrate early. That, of course, is what every political party must do. Meanwhile, there's some pretty interesting images that are coming in from Patna in Bihar, where horse-mounted policemen we're given to understand, are out on the streets. These are some pretty interesting images there, Diksha. Because remember, this is a pretty tense moment. All political parties are on the edge, and although on the face of it, they're projecting confidence, in the back of their minds, they know that anything can happen. In 2020, there were parties that were out celebrating early. They had to eat a cropper, and then they came back with the results that they did. We can, of course, expect, some of these leads and trends to solidify by about 12 p.m., by 1 p.m. We'll have to, of course, wait and watch, because this is still the very early rounds of the counting of the votes that is currently underway. And women's participation is something that's been spoken about a lot in the state of Bihar as well. Because what is interesting is that Nitish Kumar in many ways has tailored his policies so as to attract the maximum vote from the women of Bihar, who seem to be again in many ways following the trend, but then again outdoing the trend in the rest of the nation, where women are stepping out in overwhelming numbers. The percentage difference was about 9% more of the women electorate coming out and voting in this election this time round. But who are they voting for is something that we'll have to wait and watch.
Absolutely. You're right, Saleh. Women's participation has, in fact, defined the election to a certain extent. The turnout among women was 71.6%. Whereas for men, it was 62.8%. Now, it's interesting to note what drove this change. There could be multiple factors at play here: the SIR, the monetary incentives, and perhaps also the convergence of these several factors coming together to inspire this kind of a turnout.
That of course remains to be seen. The fact that the men were a little bit more laid back and decided to stay back at homes, but nearly 71% of the women, in fact, stepped out to the voting stations to decide to cast their vote. That's in many ways unprecedented. Also, what is fascinating is the manner in which the number of women in absolute demographics who stepped out to vote has outnumbered the number of men who voted in the state of Bihar. Even though the electorate on the voter roll, the number of men outnumbers that of the women. These are some of the images that are coming in from Patna, where the political leaders are out offering their prayers to gods. That's what they would do, pray on the day of the counting of the votes, because their election results will, of course, depend on it. At this moment, these are the early leads and trends that are now doing the rounds. The BJP Plus is leading in 117 seats. The RJD Plus is ahead in 82 seats. The JJP is ahead in about 3 seats, while others are getting about 3 seats in their kitty. These, remember, are very early leads and trends. Things can dramatically change over the course of the next few hours. Now, which way? There are several constituencies here, and the problem about predicting elections in Bihar is that Bihar is an outlier amongst the outliers. That's how things go in Bihar. The Bharatiya Janata Party on its own has never formed a government in the Hindi-speaking belt of northern India, which a lot of people don't appreciate. That even in the Hindi-speaking belt, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs an alliance partner to form a government here. And Tejashwi Yadav, who's been, in the wings for quite some time, who's of course been knocking on the gates of power for quite some time, has he done enough this time round to show to the people of Bihar that he's got it in him, that they can elect him as their next chief minister? We'll of course need to wait and watch for that. And the Jan Suraj party of Prashant Kishore, how much of a splash is that party now going to create in these elections? These are also the key questions for which we will get the answers in the next few hours. These are tense moments. Many of these leaders are smiling. They're trying to put on a brave face. But in the back of their minds, they know what is, of course, a riding for them. At this moment, 121 for the BJP Plus, 78 for the RJD Plus, the JSP is 3, and the others have about 3 seats where they are ahead in these elections. And also at this moment, there are specific seats where the leads are coming in from. Samrat Chaudhary, he is said to be leading from Tarapur. Tejashwi Yadav is leading from Raghupur. Kesri Lal Yadav is leading from Chhapra. And Anand Singh is leading from Mokama. These are some of the leads that are coming in, where some of these key leaders, Samrat Chaudhary, one of the key figures of the BJP in the NDA alliance in Bihar.
And with that, it's time for us to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Monitoring updates will follow on the other side. Stay tuned. You're watching Beyond World is One.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yowon.com.
Iran claims to possess a missile that can reach the United States and says it has broken a US-Israeli spy network. Partition fears return to Gaza as Trump's plan hits a wall. Defiant Hezbollah takes aim at Israel and the US. The group says it will not disarm under pressure.
Watch the West Asia Post with me, Radi Francis, every Friday at these times, only on WION. World is One.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One, and this is our continuous coverage of the Bihar election. We're 1 hour into the counting of the votes, and of course, we'll have to see which way the winds are going to blow. As of now, the early trends are showing that the NDA is in the lead, but we know that things can change any time, and we'll have something substantial to say, of course, after 9 a.m. when we have some data to back it on.
You know, this is still very, very early, Diksha, because these
Right.
are numbers that will change very dramatically. Because remember, there are several counts of counting that we'll have to go through. And sometimes you can also end up with counting that can go on for very late in the evening. But generally, since the EVM machines have come, we tend to get the results by about 12 to 1. And that is what we are looking at. In another couple of hours from now, some of these leads will also solidify. At this moment, the trends that you're looking at, the Bharatiya Janata Party combined, along with the JDU, is apparently ahead on 131 seats. That's clearly above the majority mark. Whether that continues to stand is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. But first, let's quickly take a look as to what is making headlines at this hour.
BJP headquarters in Delhi geared up for victory celebration as counting of votes are underway in Bihar. Early trends show ruling NDA taking the lead with opposition India bloc trailing.
And 1 hour into the counting, RJD's leader Tejashwi Yadav is of course leading from his seat, while the BJP's leader Samrat Chaudhary is leading from his constituency. Anand Singh is leading from Mokama.
Security forces demolish house of Dr. Umar Nabi, driver of the I-20 car involved in blast near Delhi's Red Fort. Operation took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
At least 8 people have reportedly burnt to death and 13 others have sustained some serious injuries after a speeding truck collides with multiple vehicles at the Navale Bridge area on the Pune-Bengaluru highway.
Russia unleashes massive combined attack on Kiev, sparking fires and scattering debris across many districts of the capital. At least 11 people have been injured as emergency crews respond to multiple strikes.
And China has summoned Japan's ambassador following the remarks by the Japanese Prime Minister Sane Takaichi, who suggested that Tokyo might send troops to defend Taiwan under collective self-defense in the event of an armed attack.
US Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear. Says the campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere.
And Wall Street has closed sharply lower, hit by steep losses in Nvidia, Tesla and other AI names. The investor nerves have risen as inflation concerns and mixed Fed signals have dampened the hopes for more rate cuts. The Standard & Poor's 500 has fallen by nearly about 1.7%, while Nasdaq has dropped by about 2.3%, and the Dow Jones is down by 800 points.
Federal workers are back on the job after Trump signed a bill ending the record 43-day government shutdown. The House passed the measure 222 to 209, restoring food aid, pay and air traffic operations. But funding runs only until January 30th, setting up another potential showdown.
All right, so this, of course, is the big race to power in Bihar. Nitish Kumar, who's been in charge of the state for 20 plus years, Diksha. You know, that's a long, long time. 2 decades, that's how long he's been in power, and he's still gunning for yet another term in power. Will he, of course, cross the finish line is something that we'll have to wait and watch for. Or is this going to be Tejashwi Yadav's moment, who, remember, has been waiting in the wings for quite some time now? And what sort of a splash will the Jan Swaraj party of Prashant Kishore make? These are some of the questions that are going to be answered today as the voters have now made their opinion clear. They've cast the ballots, the counting is underway, and this is what the leads and trends at this moment look like.
Right, and as per the latest trends, BJP Plus is at 138. Then we have RJD Plus, which is at 90, and Jan Swaraj is projected at 3 seats. Now, of course, the main question is that will the NDA is going to have the comfortable victory as is being projected by the early trends? But of course, we'll have to wait for more tangible data to come in, and this is only still the early phases of the counting which is going on. So things can change drastically any time now.
That is indeed correct, because remember, take these leads and trends with a pinch of salt, although they may indicate the direction in which they are heading. At this moment, 122, remember, is the magic figure. That is the majority mark. And the BJP Plus alliance, along with the JDU, appears to be clearly ahead. Which way has the wind blown in Bihar? That, of course, we will get to know. But at this moment, it is in fact being reported that at the Bharatiya Janata Party's head office in Delhi, jalebis and sattus are now being prepared. That's an interesting sort of an image on the day of the counting. But who actually ends up eating those jalebis and laddus by the end of the day is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. And on the broadcast, we've got with us senior journalist R.K. Upadhyay, who's joining us all the way from Bengaluru. Mr. Upadhyay, a very good morning to you. I hope this is going to be a clear mandate which could come out. Which way do you think the wind is blowing? What are the key factors in your opinion?
Well, I think the wind has already started blowing very, rapidly, and one can see that, as predicted, the NDA seems to be doing as expected better than MGB. That's Mahagathbandhan, and some of these predictions regarding the smaller parties that Jan Swaraj and Congress coming through also shows that the predictions have been on the dot. I mean, it shows that BJP and the JDU are holding strong, and it looks like they will perform. Of course, it's a very, very early time, because I think just about the postal ballots have been taken up now, and the actual that could be less than 1%. So the actual counting will begin in about half an hour or so, and then we'll exactly what the correct leads are. These are all very temporary leads based on preliminary reports.
Absolutely.
Right, Mr. Upadhyay, as the counting of the votes for Bihar Assembly election is underway, the state created history by recording a voter turnout of 67.13%, which is the highest since 1951. And we know in Bihar's political history, sharp turnout increases have sometimes signaled major shifts in power. Well, having said that, what, according to you, could the surge in turnout imply for Bihar this time?
I think this turnout is going to make a huge difference to this election outcome. Especially I think the women's turnout is turning out to be something phenomenal. It was expected that it would be so because of the freebies that both the sides have offered. I mean, in fact, the BJP JDU alliance gave them 10,000 rupees just before the elections were announced. I mean, that is and of course, this was challenged by the RJD group. They said, we'll give you 30,000. I mean, within 2 months of coming to power. So, this kind of a race for, luring the voters, of course, is not in the bad. I mean, it's really not good for democracy. But this has been happening for the last 5-6 years now, and well, that's what it is. So that shows that people are enthused to vote, and this time, I mean, it's a spectacular voting that has happened, and I heard it's about 12-13% more than what it was earlier, and it's the highest ever voting in Bihar's history. I mean, that shows the democracy is alive and kicking in India, and people are enthused to vote, and they want to see a good government, come to power. And the very fact that Nitish Kumar is, it's supposedly his last election because I mean it's getting old, and so I think there is a sense of gratitude people want to express towards Nitish Kumar, and that's the reason why more and more women are coming back. I mean, everybody knows that Nitish has a great following among women because I mean he's known as Susashan Babu. It's a man of good governance. That he has helped Bihar was shaped for the last 20 years. I mean, he's been in power for 20 years, except for 6 months in between. But he has managed to hold on to power, whether it was with the RJD or with the BJP. I mean, since 2015, he has always been with the BJP. And I think both of them are now reaping the benefits of that.
Absolutely, Mr. Upadhyay. And women's participation, as you've mentioned, has been a key driver in this election. And the turnout among women was 71.6%, whereas for men it was 62.8%. And this happened even though that men are a majority of the electorate. Well, what according to you drove this change? We've discussed it could be the monetary incentive. The SIR has played a role, or was it perhaps a converging of all of these factors combined?
I think all factors have combined here. The SIR was made a big issue of by the Congress party. They called it vote chori and whatnot. I think Rahul Gandhi went to town. I mean, he did. Remember, walkathon in Bihar for 15 days of taking up this issue of the voters being denied their rightful votes. But then he disappeared from the election campaign for the next 2 months. So that shows his inconsistency, and that is what is reflecting on the performance of his party. And you can see that even RJD was most reluctant to give them a large number of seats. Congress was asking for about 130, 140 seats, but they were finally given only 61 to contest. I mean, less than what it was in the last election. So, and the performance now really shows that, the RJD probably would have been better off just contesting on its own. So this has been a dilemma for RJD. They have been taking the Congress along, and probably, they have become a liability of late. Because earlier, you could see that the RJD did well in the last 2020 election when they went with the JDU. But then again, now they have to go back to the Congress as an alliance partner, and that doesn't seem to be paying off all that well.
Interesting. Now, these are still early leads and trends, but these are the numbers that are now on your screens, where the BJP plus combined of the BJP plus RJD and its allies seems to be leading in 146. It does appear that the BJP plus, if these leads and trends still continue to hold, the pollsters who had given their exit polls 2 days ago would be jumping up with joy, because these pollsters had been getting elections regularly wrong. But if this is one of those elections that they seem to have predicted correctly, if these leads and trends hold, then this would vindicate what the pollsters do.
Well, we all know what happened in the last Lok Sabha elections. They had their egg on their faces. They predicted more than 400 plus for the BJP, and they came really short. And most of the pollsters have failed. So I think it's now that they should be happy that their predictions are coming true. And I mean, it's not an easy thing, that because you are taking a sample of just about 2% of the voters, and of course it's a very meticulously and scientifically selected. But in spite of that, things can go wrong, because it's not easy to get people to really tell what exactly they're going to do. and some people may not tell you, which party they are voting for. So that being the case, and then there are so many issues, which influence the final voting. And you have the caste system that is very relevant in the country, and now you have this freebies coming up, and then you have to look at the various external factors that influence the votes. Imagine what could have been the impact of the Delhi blast. I mean, just a day before the second round of polling, there was a huge blast in Delhi, a terror blast, and which, of course, opposition, foolishly said that it was all done by the BJP.
Mr. Upadhyay, at this moment, the pollsters would, of course, be wiping off the egg that they got in their previous wrong predictions and would be smiling with joy, because this is what the trends appear to be at this moment. The fact that Nitish Kumar has continued to remain the chief minister for the last 20 plus years, that's some serious staying power. But it is under his rule, and of course, even before that, the fact is, he says that he's ended the jungle Raj, but there are some serious problems that the state of Bihar experiences. Now, these are figures according to the Bihar government itself, where it says that nearly about 5.2 million migrant workers have to leave their home state of Bihar and go to the other states looking for employment. Why do you think Nitish Kumar has not been able to deliver jobs within the state of Bihar, but despite of that, his popularity has not gone down at all?
Well, I think that's a conundrum that Nitish has not been able to solve, though he has been in power for 20 odd years, and then he has tried to do his best. I think he has done well in terms of improving the infrastructure. But as far as the attracting investment is concerned and getting the industries or the services sector coming to Bihar, he has failed miserably, and that's the main reason why the Biharis are forced to go across the country for jobs. And see, right now you find Biharis in most part of the country. I mean, in my state, Karnataka, we find Biharis everywhere, even in smaller towns and villages. I mean, they are very good workers. They know the job, and they're very decent people. And they're welcomed by the people of Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Kerala has lots of Biharis now. So this is a most unfortunate thing that is really worrying for Bihar. And I think that a lot of people thought that the jobs not being there will be one big issue on which they might stumble. This alliance might stumble, but it shows that the Biharis have a lot of patience and they're ready to wait patiently to give one more term to this alliance and see whether that situation will improve.
That is an important point that you've made, because the people of Bihar are extremely hardworking. They are very aspirational, and they are, of course, moving out of the state in such large numbers to try and seek out better employment. Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, do continue to stay on with us. My colleague Dharamjot Kaur is also joining us on this broadcast. Dharamjot, this is, a big moment. Sushashan Kumar is looking for yet another term as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Tejashwi Yadav is waiting in the wings, and the Jan Swaraj Party's leader Prashant Kishore is trying to make a splash. But at this moment, bring us up to speed with the latest trends that are coming out from the counting of the votes that is underway.
Well, Saleh, some big names and the trends that are emerging on their constituencies. I'm going to quickly walk our viewers through it. Tejashwi Yadav of the RJD, the opposition alliance chief ministerial face, he is leading in his constituency. Samrat Chaudhary of the BJP, again leading in his constituency. Vijay Sinha of the BJP is leading. Tej Pratap Yadav, the brother of Tejashwi Yadav, after his entire fallout and having his own party, the JJD, he is leading in his constituency of Mahua. Ram Kripal Yadav of the BJP leading. Maithili Thakur, the singer who's making her maiden entrance into politics and contesting in the Bihar elections, she is leading on behalf of the BJP. Kesari Lal Yadav of the RJD, Awadh Bihar Chaudhary of the RJD. Kesari Lal, though leading, Awadh Bihar is trailing on his seat. Again, that's a worrying trend for the veteran leader, but it remains to be seen if that changes, because again, as you mentioned, these are very, very early trends. Vikash Kumar Singh of the JDU is trailing on his seat as well. Veena Devi of the RJD is trailing, and KP Sinha of the JSP also trailing in his constituency. So these are the big names and the early trends from their constituency so far, Saleh.
And also, Dharmjot, you've been tracking the updates very closely from what is happening in the state of Bihar, where Diksha, you were also mentioning about how this election in many ways has shown Nari Shakti, and how Sushasan Babu, something that he has done in the last 20 years, he's tried to get as many votes as he can from the women folk of Bihar, and that's where he seems to have got a bit of a roaring success. More number of women have come to vote in this election than we've witnessed any time in the past in Bihar. Why do you think, Dharmjot, that has been the case? That women seem to be, in this state of Bihar at least, more enthusiastic than the men to step out at the polling booth to cast their vote?
Well, Saleh, if you remember, when this entire campaign and election fever kicked in Bihar, there's this one viral image from more than 20 years ago that has been doing the rounds again. And that is the image of a young girl of rural Bihar sitting on a cycle and riding to school in the typical blue government uniforms that we see. And that image essentially is of the beginning of Nitish Kumar's rise in Bihar, when he focused on not just adult women voters, but also on the future of the young girls in the state of Bihar. Again, education, infrastructural change, social change in terms of mindset and psyche, all of those were factors that Nitish Kumar has really capitalized on in all these years. 20 years later, cut to how the manifesto yet again of the ruling alliance has focused on women again. Now, we had the entire term of Lakpati Didis that became very, very popular in the last few weeks, where women entrepreneurs became the focal point for the JDU and the NDA alliance at large. Again, the opposition also tried to match that kind of focal point on the voters, on the women voters of Bihar. Whether they have been able to capitalize it or not has to be seen, because as it's not just a record overall turnout in Bihar, it's a massive, massive turnout of the women voters in Bihar. 9% more than the male counterparts. That truly says something about how this election is going to change, the luck either for Nitish Kumar or for the opposition, especially for Tejashwi Yadav, who's been waking in the wings, as you rightly pointed out.
That seems to be the big trend of this election: the women voters, the migrant voter, and also the youth. At this moment, Bihar being such a young state, where the median age, believe it or not, the average age of Bihar is just 22 years old, and that is what is making a big impact.
Well, absolutely, Saleh. And as you mentioned, having a youth population and then also having them go through issues of having to migrate for jobs, for unemployment, and all of those other, problems that are plaguing the state for a long time now. What kind of, a promise has been made to mitigate that issue, again, is something that is going to be a very, very big question as the trends keep on emerging. Which alliance has been able to woo the voters, especially the youth, with regards to that? One cannot forget the 2020 harrowing images of when we saw the massive migrant movement out of Delhi back to Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, Bihar in particular, when the lockdown hit the national capital. And that also gives you a sense of, how massive the migrant population travels out of the state of Bihar to other parts of the country for employment. Can that issue be addressed domestically within the state of Bihar? And if so, which alliance will do it best? That is the question that probably voters had on their mind when they cast their ballot in this particular assembly election. Saleh.
Of course, thank you so much, Dharamjot, for getting us all those details and getting us up to speed with the latest. Now we're going to go back to Mr. R.K. Upadhyay. So we were discussing about how the winds are now blowing in favor of NDA as per the latest trends. But now we know that the focus is on Nitish Kumar's future here. We know that the opposition has voiced concerns that even if the NDA comes to power, Nitish Kumar might not come back as the face of NDA. Do you think there's a chance of that happening, or again, these are just speculations?
Well, I think it's a real possibility that he might be there just about a year or so, because let's remember that he's getting old, and probably his faculties are not all that good. That's an age-related aspect, and this alliance is lucky that they're able to show his face and win this election. And I'm sure a next generation of leaders will come forward and they will take over. I mean, that's a very real possibility. But he has been in the field for such a long time, and the people have loved him. And I mean, he has been one of the most remarkable politicians this country has seen. I mean, he has such a good reputation. He has a clean record, and then he's also known to be, a very secular man. That's the reason why, though Bihar has 17% Muslim population, they do vote for this alliance because they know he, as the chief minister, will make sure that there are no, incidents of violence or criminal incidents that happen. So he has been a great administrator for Bihar. And in fact, when he was the railway minister in the center, he also did a great job with the Vajpayee government. And, he has shown his administration. And, in contrast, you have this RJD, which is a family-run, party. And I think that's one of the reasons why people have repeatedly voted for him, because they know if they allow the other group to come in, it's the family that will take over. And they have been known to be, ruling with the Gundas. I mean, so that is not a very good reputation to have. And, Jungle Raj was again, bandied around in this election by this alliance to to scare away the voters. And I think that also must have had an impact on the final outcome.
Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, this issue of Jungle Raj that is spoken about, that is, of course, associated with the rule of Lalu Yadav before Nitish Kumar took over in the state. The fact is, it is a memory from so far back. Let's say someone who was born in the year 2000. He's now 25 years old and is voting in this election. How much of an impact does the issue or the memory of Jungle Raj in Bihar have on a 25-year-old voter who has effectively grown up seeing only Nitish Kumar in charge of a state where there are literally very few jobs to be had?
Well, that's a moot point. I think that's a moot point because it was all so many years ago, and the newer generations may not know how it was and what kind of a impact it had on Bihar. But the point that the opposition was making was, look, this is what this family is all about, and be careful. But I think more than all that, people have, have respect for Nitish Kumar, and this is kind of a farewell election for him. And they're paying the respects probably, in terms of gratitude. So they are voting for him. Look, this is the last election of Nitish. Let's vote for him. So that also sentiment could have worked. I mean, it could have been reverse. The people have thought that, look, Nitish is no longer going to be there, so why should we vote this election? But unfortunately for this alliance, it has worked in a positive way, and which is what we are seeing in the results. And looking at the way that the massive lead that the NDA alliance is getting, it looks like they could have very huge majority. It looks like
this is not just a regular electoral victory that the JDU NDA combined, the BJP combined, is looking at. 159 is what the BJP plus seems to be leading at this moment, and 160 is the two-thirds majority in Bihar. So we are effectively looking at a landslide victory for Nitish Kumar, who's been in charge of the state for the last 20 plus years, and there is absolutely no hint of any kind of, the people of Bihar having a second thought of whether they should get Nitish Kumar back as their chief minister. It is 9:29 now. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue tracking what is happening in this very crucial election in Bihar, where Nitish Kumar, from the trends, it does appear, could be back as the chief minister if these leads and trends continue to hold. Stay tuned with us. We'll be back on the other side.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From timeless legends to modern day actors, we take a look at Indian actors with the maximum number of hits to their credit.
अच्छा मतलब वो लोग पहचानते नहीं मुझे. Now we are re-releasing the film with the original end.
Meet Indian lyricist screenwriter Javed Akhtar and know all about the evolution of storytelling in animation. All this and much more with me, Diksha Bisla, on WION These Times.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS centenary year, Kesariya at 100.
The earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One, and this is our continuous coverage of the Bihar election as we're an hour into the counting of the votes, Shivan.
Yeah, and initial trends, but now I think everything seems to be pointing in the same direction as the exit polls were suggesting, that it is going to be a leap ahead for the NDA. But again, final results are not out. Does that mean that the exit polls were correct? The trends seem to be suggesting the same thing, but within the NDA alliance also, the BJP is ahead of the JDU when both parties contested in the same number of seats, 101 each. What does that mean for their own dynamics, or who could be the chief minister if the NDA wins? A lot of questions. We'll get into it one by one. First of all, let's start with some reactions that we picked up so far.
Ruling
Leading NDA crosses halfway mark in a very early trend as counting of votes is underway in Bihar. RJD emerges as single largest party within the Grand Alliance.
BJP headquarters in Delhi gears up for a victory celebration as counting of votes is underway in Bihar. BJP says voting was done against Jungle Raj.
More than 1 hour into counting, RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav, BJP leader Samrat Chaudhary lead from their constituencies. Anand Singh leading from Mukama, JJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav trailing.
Security forces demolish house of Dr. Omar Nabi, driver of the I-20 car involved in the blast near Delhi's Red Fort. Operation took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
Eight people burned to death and about 13 others injured after a speeding truck collides with multiple vehicles in Nawale Bridge area on Pune-Bangalore highway.
Russia unleashes massive combined attack on Kiev, sparking fires and scattering debris across many districts of the capital. At least 11 people injured as emergency crews respond to multiple strikes. China summons Japan's ambassador following remarks by Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takichi, who suggested that Tokyo might send troops to defend Taiwan under collective defense, self-defense, in event of an armed attack.
US Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear. Says campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere.
Federal workers are back on the job after Trump signed a bill ending the record 43-day government shutdown. The House passed the measure 222-209, restoring food aid, pay and air traffic operations. But funding runs only until January 30th, setting up another potential showdown.
Well, as counting of votes get underway in Bihar Assembly election, the two of the biggest factions, the BJP-led NDA and RJD-led Grand Alliance, Mahagathbandhan, is vying to form the next government.
And as per early trends, the BJP-led NDA is leading past the 160 mark as of now. Just to repeat to our viewers, this is the race to 122 because 243 is the total number of constituencies that are there in Bihar. The alliance that gets 122 will be victorious. As of now, the trends are suggesting that BJP, that is the NDA, that is, it's comfortably par the 122 mark. They're sitting comfortably at 160, but once again, we're just about an hour and a half or 1 hour 40 minutes into counting. The EVMs are also being counted as we speak across constituencies, and these are trends. But if these trends are only seeming to point in the same direction as the exit polls had been suggesting all throughout. Number of exit polls had given this to the NDA as a clean sweep win. And if we go by what we're seeing as far as the trends are concerned, it only seems like a clean sweep. The BJP is leading into with 160 as per these trends, followed by RJD in second position with about 83, 78, 83. It keeps varying between that. And this is in the total 243-member assembly. While the JSP, the Jan Swaraj Party, with its debut, is leading in 3 constituencies, and then the others have about 2 seats. So that's where things stand as of now. Even within the NDA alliance, will the BJP and JDU, they had contested the same number of seats this time. Within those seats, the BJP seems to be leading in more as compared to the JDU. So overall, will that have any kind of a bearing if NDA wins on who becomes the next chief minister? Just to repeat to our viewers, Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister in Bihar for 20 long years. Will he have a record 5th term, or will this be an upset for the incumbent? Can there be a change right now, even after the kind of predictions or the kind of trends that we're seeing right now? Can there be a change? Right now, it all seems to be pointing in the same direction as the exit polls.
Right, Shivan, and we know
now?
that BJP seems to be maintaining its lead over JDU, and this is like the last time within the NDA alliance. But remember, this time both of them, as you've mentioned, have equal number of seats contesting in this election, and this has been a key question on everyone's mind, and it is also about the chief minister candidate. There's a lot of debate and resentment in the JDU camp on that. Opposition has tried to make it an issue, and they have raised speculations that Nitish Kumar might not come back as the chief minister this time around.
I also, Diksha, when we look at the other side, the Mahagathbandhan, the MGB, as they're being referred to as of now, there was a lot of confusion with their vote sharing with their seat sharing formula. Till the end, there was no clarity on who the chief ministerial face is going to be. All that would also have a bearing on their voters. Would they be inferring from that confusion that they're finding? They're having 12 friendly fights. It's an election. What really does a friendly fight mean when they're both on the same team? At least as far as the voter is concerned, it's an alliance. So there are a lot of questions which could have had a bearing when the voting was taking place, because when you compare it to the NDA, their vote and the seat sharing formula was defined and weeks before. Even the candidates, they need their own amount of time until they are clear on which constituencies they'll be fighting from, or who is going to be fighting from which constituency. For their own campaigning, it will have a bearing on that too. So a lot of questions were being raised and still remain relevant as we look at these trends. But, the reactions that we've picked up, Tejashwi Yadav, who's the chief ministerial face for the Mahagathbandhan, he's still saying Badlav hoga, Badlav is change, and he's still vowing for it.
Of course, Shivan, and this is, of course, a very significant election, and Bihar has made history by recording a voter turnout of 67.13%, and these are some of the reactions that we're picking up. Take a look.
निश्चित तौर पर जनता की भावनाओं का आप लोगों ने एग्जिट पोल के माध्यम से प्रकटीकरण किया। वह रुझान जो था, जो अनुमान था, अब परिणाम में बदलने जा रहा है, और बिहार की जनता ने जो परिणाम डबल इंजन की सरकार मोदी जी, नीतीश जी पर विश्वास व्यक्त किया है, ये देश को एक दिशा देगा।
होने वाली है बाहर चलिए, हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को। बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, बदलाव होने जा रहा है। सरकार बना रहे हैं।
जिस तरह का रिस्पांस था, तो हम लोग को लग ही रहा था कि पूरा बिहार का लोग फिर से चाहता है एनडीए सरकार बने, नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री बने। ये तो आ ही रहा था, लेकिन अब लोग जिस तरह का बात इसी भाषा के खिलाफ लोग रहे हैं, उनको पता नहीं है। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे थे कि क्या नेपाल बन जाएगा भाई, यहाँ पर अगर किसी को ग्रीवांस है तो अपेक्षा भी नीतीश कुमार से ही है।
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से जनता ने खुलकर वोट किया है और पूरे माहौल में जनता के साथ संवाद में हम लोगों ने देखा कि जनता हर जगह खुद सामने से चुनाव में समर्थन व्यक्त कर रही है, तो हम सब आश्वस्त हैं कि इस बार का एनडीए की सीट की टैली 2010 के चुनाव के नजदीक नजर आएगी और एनडीए गठबंधन पूर्ण रूप में सरकार बनाने जा रहा है।
बिहार की उम्मीद और आशा के साथ बिहार बदलाव की ओर अग्रसर है। दोपहर बाद तक सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी। बदलाव तेजस्वी जी के नेतृत्व में महागठबंधन की सरकार।
आज जो सूर्य का तेज है ना, वह विकास का तेज है, वह राजनीति में वंशवाद का नहीं रहेगा, भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं रहेगा, पारिवारिक विरासत का नहीं रहेगा। राजनीति में बिहार की जनता एनडीए के नेता क्लाइमेट लीडर पर विश्वास करेगी, माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी
अपराधियों
पर।
की तो टोली लेकर तेजस्वी यादव घिरे हुए हैं। रीतिलाल यादव क्या है, इसके प्रचार में लालू यादव जाते हैं। सोचने की बात है।
बिहार में बदलाव का एक आभास है, आने वाला तेजस्वी सरकार है। गया जिला राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के लिए गया जिला हमेशा शुभ रहा है। विपरीत से विपरीत परिस्थिति में जब कोई भी नहीं था तभी गया जिला साथ था, और इस बात के लिए याद रखिएगा कि हम मगध हैं, इस बार अवध से चार्ज हैं।
All right, to get us an understanding of any of the key fights and the key trends that are coming in regarding the bigger names that have also been part of this election, I'll now toss it over to my colleague Dharam Jot, who's also there with me in the newsroom. Dharam, give us more on what you've picked up regarding those big names and the trends that have come in.
Well, Shivan, it keeps changing by the minute, and as I keep looking at the trends for key candidates also that are coming in, currently Tejashwi Yadav, the face of the opposition CM candidate, he is leading from the Raghopur constituency. Samrat Chaudhary of the BJP leading from the Tarapur constituency. Vijay Kumar Sinha of the BJP leading from the Lakhisarai constituency. Rajesh Kumar of the Congress trailing at the Katumba constituency. Tej Pratap Yadav, brother of Tejashwi Yadav, who was ousted from the family and from the party related to a personal controversy, and then he set up his own party. He is trailing now from the JJD party at the Mahua constituency. He was leading just a few minutes ago, but that trend has reversed on this seat. Mangal Pandey of the BJP at the Sivan constituency is leading from this particular seat. From the Danapur seat, Ram Kripal Yadav of the BJP is trailing right now. Remains to be seen if that changes. Vijay Kumar Chaudhary of the JDU trailing from his constituency. Sham Rajak JDU leading from the Fulwari seat. Nitin Nabin of the BJP in Bankipur leading from his seat. Nitish Mishra in BJP Jhanjarpur leading from his seat. A lot of leads being registered for the BJP, few for the JDU. Not a lot of leads from key candidates of the Congress, Shivan. I'm looking at all of these trends on the phone right now. Not a lot has changed. Maithili Thakur again, this is her maiden election when she joined the BJP and shortly got a ticket for the Bihar elections. She is leading from the seat of Ali Nagar. So clearly the overall numbers, the overall lead that the NDA alliance is showing, that is also reflecting for a lot of their key candidates. Whereas the opposition Mahagathbandhan, for the RJD, a few big faces are leading, but the Congress party that is in alliance with the RJD as the Mahagathbandhan, their big faces are currently trailing. So again, it remains to be seen if the opposition again loses this particular election. Are they losing it because of the Congress party? Had the RJD contested on its own, would there have been a change in the outcome for them in this election? So these trends are now raising those kind of questions, Shivan.
Dharam, also, from what we've gauged so far, it's 9:48 a.m. It's about an hour 50 minutes since the counting began. There isn't any aspect of these numbers that we've seen so far which seem to contradict what the exit polls had suggested so far. The exit polls were even going as far as to give 170 seats to the NDA. But overall, all exit polls, most of them, majority, were suggesting that NDA is going to be in the lead. Is there any hint that suggests, because there's always that possibility, that there can be a turnaround?
Well, Shavin, it doesn't appear to be so at the moment. Usually, whenever we look at exit polls and then we go to the counting day and we start seeing early trends, within an hour or two, those early trends don't change massively at the end of the day. The trajectory pretty much remains the same. There could be a difference of, 5 to 6 seats overall with respect to who those seats go to. But a trend with this kind of a significant difference, we're currently sitting at 161 for BJP plus and 78 for RJD plus. There is no chance that trend is going to reverse in the favor of the opposition. The only possibility or the outcome that could be is that the gap between the two alliances might decrease. But again, that remains to be seen as counting still progresses further. Having said that, the exit polls have come under scrutiny and criticism in the past elections, especially the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where they gave a 400-plus mandate to the BJP-led NDA alliance. Clearly, we saw how that turned out. And then following that criticism, it appears that the exit polls and the analysts have taken some of that with a pinch of salt, and they've probably been a little more reserved this time in their exit poll analysis and their forecast. However, that forecast is still putting the NDA alliance in a very comfortable victory position in the Bihar Assembly. But it remains to be seen how this turns out. It's also very interesting to note here that the NDA alliance had pegged 200 plus seats for themselves. And that is something that the exit pollsters have not taken into consideration. Unlike the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where BJP said 400 par for its alliance, and that's the same forecast that exit polls had shown last year. There seems to be a change in the way the forecast has been done this time, but it still appears to be a comfortable win for the BJP-led NDA alliance in Bihar, Shivan.
It's not even 10 a.m., Dharam. How long do you feel? I think by 11, if the trend continues like this, and celebrations have already started, by the way. Whether it was Anand Singh in Mukama going up against Suraj Bhan, and we've been seeing visuals of a lot of, not just one seat, I'm talking about overall, the NDA is jubilant already. A lot of those cadres are saying they were celebrating since last evening itself. But early celebrations have not always gone in the right direction. They've always, we have seen, at least let me just put it this way, in the past, we've seen early celebrations fall flat as well. I think by 11 a.m., do you feel so? We should be having a more clear idea of what really is going to happen.
Well, I agree, Shivan. I think another 2 hours and we may be in a comfortable position to probably say with some amount of certainty as to which direction this election mandate is going in. And you're absolutely right. Early victories have often, fallen flat for those celebrating much before the election mandate is out. But clearly, the BJP camp, the JDU camp is also celebrating massively. Again, as you pointed out, the Delhi headquarters in the BJP is bringing out sweets. There's jalebis that are being made. Let's not forget the 500 kilograms of laddus that were ordered by one candidate a couple of days ago, yesterday, in preparation of the victory that they're anticipating today. So clearly, they are fairly confident, although Tejashwi Yadav on the other front also is appearing to be very confident. We just heard his bite a few minutes ago where he's saying, "Badlav, I got change will come." So the camp is clearly confident, but then again, is there any sort of apprehension within the opposition of how this election pans out for them, particularly that they have come in an alliance with the Congress party? Would this have possibly gone in another direction had Tejashwi Yadav's party chosen to contest alone? All of these are questions that are going to be plaguing the opposition. There are also challenges and questions that will come up for the NDA alliance, Shivan, because as much as the celebrations are going to be the highlight for this particular election in Bihar for them, how the power structure changes internally. As we've been mentioning, the Nitish Kumar's party and the BJP both have equal number of seat distribution in this assembly election. What kind of a domestic power dynamic will that lead to once the party specific seat allocation is out? That is something that we will have to watch out for as the day proceeds.
And Dharam, as you were speaking, I was just reading the numbers that are coming in. These are trends that the BJP is at about 75 and the JDU is at 74. The JDU then turns at 75 and BJP is at 74. It almost, let me just go ahead and say it, this seems to be like a more interesting race right now than the overall race between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan, because that, as per trends, seems to be like a walkover at this point, because as what the trends are suggesting, the NDA stands at 165, is more than double of what the Mahagathbandhan, the Grand Alliance, is at, which is about 74. But the race between the BJP and JDU, how much that is going to impact, it almost seems like the race to be watching out for as of now. But again, let me just put it across as well. We don't know until it's finally out in the open, until it is final. It's always best to wait. Early celebrations can fall flat. We've seen that in the past. Exit polls have gone wrong. We've seen that in the past as well. But right now, trends seem to be suggesting what the exit polls were also suggesting, but these are still trends. Let's wait for the final figures to come out. As of now, it's a thank you to Dharam, who was there with us, and of course from Diksha and my side, let's slip into a short break right now, and we will continue with the Bihar election coverage after a short break. Come right back.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yowan.com.
Iran claims to possess a missile that can reach the United States and says it has broken a US-Israeli spy network. Partition fears return to Gaza as Trump's plan hits a wall. Defiant Hezbollah takes aim at Israel and the US. The group says it will not disarm under pressure.
Watch the West Asia Post with me, Radi Francis, every Friday at these times, only on WION. World is One.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS centenary year, Kesariya at 100.
Hello and welcome to our continuous coverage on WION, where we're tracking the election results for the Bihar Assembly. With me in the studio is Shivan. Shivan, these are some fascinating numbers. At this moment, 74-year-old Nitish Kumar would be jumping up and down with joy. Look at the numbers that are now being projected. 168 for the BJP plus. The RJD is slated to get just about 71 seats and the others are getting the rest. This is, if these are trends and leads and if these continue to hold, we're now 2 hours into the counting of the votes. This is a landslide victory for the JDU-BJP combined.
Yeah, and again, we'll have to be cautious. We can't call it a victory until it's finally there. These are the trends and the predictions. But I was just seeing our own graphic, and we see the NDA leaping ahead of where the numbers for the Mahagathbandhan were. But at this point, Saleh, if this is exactly where it's going to end, I think by 11, if this continues the way it is right now, where they're more than twice, 2 times ahead of the number of seats that the Mahagathbandhan and the Grand Alliance seem to have. But, and I mentioned this earlier as well, that the race between the JDU and the BJP seems to be a more interesting race to watch, because they kind of tied at 74-75.
That's an interesting point that you raised, because it is now a race within the leading combine of the BJP and JDU as to who in fact gets more number of seats. But apart from Nitish Kumar, the other people who'll be jumping up and down with joy are the pollsters who've been getting repeatedly egg on their faces, but now they're wiping off the egg from their faces and they are beaming, one would say.
But these are trends. So let's wait for the final results. As of now, let's start with the headlines first.
The ruling NDA looks set for a landslide after crossing the majority mark in the very early trends in Bihar. The RJD emerges as the single largest party within the Grand Alliance, even though it is now significantly trailing the NDA combined.
BJP headquarters in Delhi gears up for victory celebrations as the counting of votes is underway in Bihar. BJP is currently surging ahead as the single largest party.
The JDU candidate and the political strongman Anant Singh is now leading from the Mokama seat. The RJD candidate Veena Devi, who is the wife of the rival Bahubali Surajbhan Singh, is trailing in the seat.
Security forces demolish the house of Dr. Umar Nabi, the driver of the I-20 car involved in the blast near Delhi's Red Fort. Operation took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
The Ukrainian emergency services say that the Russian attack on the capital city of Kiev has resulted in the death of 1 person and has wounded at least 15 others. The strikes caused damage to 8 of the 10 districts in Kiev.
Landslides triggered by torrential rains in Indonesia's Java island killed 2 people and left 21 others missing. Rescuers are searching for the 21 reported missing.
Now, Japan says that its position on Taiwan has not changed amidst a spat with Beijing following comments from the new Prime Minister Sana Takeichi about a possible attack by China on the self-ruled island.
South Korea President Lee Jae-myung says his country will move forward with the United States in building nuclear-powered submarines after a long-awaited security and trade agreement was finalized.
And the American Defense Secretary, that is the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has announced major military operations in the Caribbean and South America, describing this to be Operation Southern Spear, and says that the campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists, as the American put it, in the Western Hemisphere.
Federal workers are back on the job after Trump signed a bill ending the record 43-day government shutdown. The House passed the measure 222 to 209, restoring food, aid, pay and air traffic operations. But funding runs only until January 30th, setting up another potential showdown.
All right, so this, of course, is the big day in Bihar, where the counting of the votes is now underway. It's been 2 hours since the counting began, and Shivan, this is quite a phenomenal victory, if it indeed turns out to be so. At this moment, even though these are still early leads and trends, 169 is where the BJP-JDU combined seems to be leading, while the RJD and the Congress and their other allies are now down to just 70 seats, where they are, of course, at this moment leading. Although these are still early trends, the fact is, in another 2 hours, these trends could solidify, things could go up and down, but the way things are shaping up, it does look at this moment, as the numbers stand, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDU, even though Nitish Kumar has been in charge of the state for 20 plus years, is going to be back with a landslide victory.
The incumbent seems to be having the say here even now. After 20 long years, the people, if these trends seem to be the final results as well. Yeah, and let me tell our viewers again, there is always a chance of a flip. How much that chance remains as we progress into the counting, well, those chances go on reducing, but they still exist. As of now, we're 2 hours into counting, and there is nothing from these trends which suggests that the exit polls were wrong. So in a way, it's good news for the exit polls, but bad news for the Grand Alliance. But as far as the Grand Alliance is concerned, as far as Tejashwi Yadav is concerned, they still are saying that there is going to be change, but love is going to happen. How it's going to happen, well, only the results can give away that answer. But right now, nothing that we're seeing in these numbers, and mostly all other predictions, all other trends are seeming to be in this same range. Earlier there was some discrepancy between different meters, but here almost all the ones that we're tracking as of now, all these trends are suggesting a massive leap. This is hardly even a race at this point if these trends seem to be true. All right, and okay, to discuss this further, we're now being joined by Sandeep Ghosh, who's a political commentator and author. Mr. Ghosh, thanks so much for joining us here. It seems to be, if we go by what we're seeing as far as these trends are concerned, it's hardly even a race. Do you feel there is still a chance that the numbers can change and the Congress and RJD, the Mahagathbandhan, are very much in the race? Do you find a flip possible even now?
See, in case of Bihar, one should hold their horses. But as you said, most trends, but I really trust the Election Commission trends, because they have a certain sanctity if they put it up. But even there, the NDA alliance is leading very significantly, though the numbers from what you are showing and what Election Commission has declared as leads are much lower just now. But even there, as I'm seeing as of now, JDU is leading in 62 seats, BJP 59, RJD 34, and LJP, which is another NDA partner, is 15, and INC only 4. INC 10. So there is a very, very clear lead in that direction. And I think even if the gap closes, there's a fair chance of this lead continuing later, but I suppose we'll get a much clearer picture.
Mr. Ghosh, even if you go by the Election Commission numbers that they're now putting out, 63 for the Janata Dal Nav, 61 for the Bharatiya Janata Party,
that's right,
and more for the allies, there is still beyond the halfway mark.
Absolutely.
So even if these numbers hold, that means that the BJP and the JDU combined is very comfortably forming the government. The fact that Nitish Kumar has been the Chief Minister of Bihar since 2005. It's literally more than 20 years now, and he seems to be facing absolutely no sort of anti-incumbency against him. What do you think explains this?
See, while Nitish will obviously get the credit, and he would certainly be the claimant for the Chief Minister's position any which way, but this is also a function of very, very smart electoral engineering. By the BJP or the NDA or BJP's election, strategists.
When you say election engineering, can you expand on what you mean by election engineering by the BJP?
BJP had, what was happening in Bihar, there was a, you might call a resurgence towards Tejashwi Yadav. Bihar is essentially the Bihar constituency, the determining factor of the backward classes. It's very, very, unfortunately for India, even after 75 years of independence, is a very, very casteist society, and there the backward classes constitute the vast majority. Within the backward classes, there have been a division between what's the other OBCs, which is the Yadavs, etc., which is largely with the RJD. And there were the EBCs, which is gravitated towards Nitish, and that's how the polarizations happen. Now, what the electoral engineering is being done, the anti-incumbency, therefore, to happen should have happened in the EBC end, and that is where BJP and the NDA have very cleverly crafted it to minimize the loss towards JDU or loss for JDU by first of all bringing in the Paswan's party into the fold of NDA. Last time, Paswan's party had undercut a lot of Nitish's votes. So they have tried to indirectly also help Nitish retain his entire constituency. Some of Nitish's anti-incumbency vote has been held back by Prashant Kishore's party without allowing it to be transferred to RJD. So this is, a very interesting calculus which is playing out now, which will consolidate Nitish's position and thereby also NDA's if this, pattern holds. And I think that's why I said Nitish's anti-incumbency was compensated. There is definitely anti-incumbency. If you see the anti-incumbency or shall we say dilution of his equity, if you see the surveys, which was in terms of chief ministerial preferences, etc., it had come down.
Right.
But
and
they
Mr. Ghosh, Mr. Ghosh,
one point, they have complemented, that partly also with a Modi factor by pulling it together. They have given the
and Mr. Ghosh, allow me to come in there. I just want to absorb you into this conversation that Saleh and we were having. The race between the BJP and the JDU, it seems to be a tighter race right now than the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan. But within the NDA, the BJP and JDU, they seem to be just crisscrossing each other in the number of seats that they have. If BJP gets more seats within the NDA, and if it is an NDA win, do you feel there will still be a record fifth term for Nitish Kumar? Saleh felt he might just come back. I feel, Saleh felt Nitish Kumar may not be the chief minister if BJP gets more seats. I feel otherwise. Your opinion?
No, BJP will not, play with that. That could happen down the line, a year or two down the line, if it continues, when Nitish either may, because of his age or other factors, may decide to step aside from the chief minister's role and take on maybe something at the center, etc. But right now, neither will Nitish like to leave Bihar. It's both a matter of his ego as well as, that's where he sees himself ruling, and BJP is not going to, rock that alliance at this point. Don't compare, as I told in another channel, Nitish with Eknath Shinde in Maharashtra. They are two different propositions altogether.
Shivan, the other issue as to why the BJP would not want to rock the boat in this alliance, even if the JDU becomes a junior partner, is because, remember, the BJP at the center depends on the support of the BJP for the government. So it is really difficult to see as to why they would want to rock the boat by asking Nitish Kumar to step down, even if he were to become a junior partner in this alliance in Bihar. But Mr. Ghosh, I also want you to weigh in, on the personality of Nitish Kumar. This is what people have been talking about. Someone who was, let's say, born in the year 1995 in Bihar, where the average age of people in Bihar is said to be just 22 years old. Someone born in the year 1995 is now 30 years old. They're looking for a job, and jobs are not coming forth. Despite of the many challenges that Nitish Kumar seems to have in his state, despite the fact that Bihar seems to have such a low income, per capita income as a state, why do you think people in Bihar are not looking beyond Nitish Kumar?
Yeah, it's a very, extremely pertinent question. And that's where we sitting either in Delhi or some other place, we don't see the ground reality, because there is always the relative factor. While we may think that Bihar hasn't progressed, but for what is worth, in Nitish's 4 terms, any progress Bihar has seen in the last probably 40 years has been during these 4 terms. Any kind of index, you want to see developmental index, what has come? Sure, Bihar may be still in that whole Bimaru state. It is the only one which remains in that Bimaru classification out there. And you may still, in terms of statistics, might call it the poorest state, but there has been a lot of change. Today, see the infrastructure change which has happened in Bihar. Power, roads connectivity, even water and other village things. So there is, when it's a glass half full and empty, here you may even say the glass is 3/4 empty. There is quarter full. But they still see it quarter full. And the biggest point, two factors, is when Nitish comes in. One is whatever Nitish has done so far, whether, as I said, these macro development schemes, this doesn't go and benefit one particular caste or one particular section of society. And secondly, Nitish is seen to be able to get the support from the center despite not being, an active ally of the center. So all the central investments which have come in, whether it's for roads and is still coming in, getting Bihar, the rail corridor, making it, giving it the hubs, industrial hubs. They're talking about today.
Mr. Ghosh, it's interesting that you mentioned all of these things. The fact that Bihar is able to get so much of assistance from the center, and also have some people perhaps look at the glass being as half full and therefore they're content. But the fact is Bihar also has got a very large population, 6+ million people according to the Bihar government figures itself, who migrate out of the state in search of employment. These are people probably under the age of 30, 35. And when you look at their condition, this is the aspirational class, this is the upwardly mobile class, these are people looking for a better life outside of Bihar because they're not able to get it in the state. Why do you think, despite that, the people in Bihar have still persisted with Nitish Kumar? This is the enigma of Indian politics. What explains this?
See, Saleh, this is something which I think we, make too much out of. This migration for, earning outside at different levels, different form, it is there across not only states, but across countries. Why would you say people down from Kerala going to work in the Gulf once upon a time is any less of a migration? Or they still do. Most people from Kerala, they don't look for jobs in Kerala, but they move out. But they yet vote for the CPM government or the local government, even a Congress party over there, or UDF is considered to be a more local coalition. You have, moving out is not really seen, it's a part of the state of evolution, how you see it benefiting. So if people are working today outside of Bihar, they are plowing back some of their income back home, and simultaneously there is some development happening out there. People are realistic. Everybody doesn't think that, getting a government job or getting a job in a factory or something is going to change the whole scenario. So they see it together. I'll just give you one particular area which I'm familiar with. Say home constructions and, construction there. Bihar's consumption of construction material like cement, steel and all have quadrupled in these 4 years. For 4 terms, or if you say within the 4 terms, the last 10 years. That is, again, a form of development, and that is being funded surely by a lot of income flowing in from people who are going to work outside.
Right.
But they see that as a kind of a,
Mr. Ghosh, Mr. Ghosh, when we talk about how the voters are perceiving the parties, let me just take it from there, swerve it a little towards the other side as of now, the opposition that is. Why could they not decide on a cohesive seat sharing formula till the end? They are having friendly fights in 12 locations, in 12 constituencies. What is a friendly fight in an election? Does that reflect, or would that have had a bearing on the voters seeing some kind of an disagreement on a number of issues which they were not able to agree upon, or even their chief ministerial phase, which was not decided till the very last, and that even takes away from the amount of time that the candidates would need to actually have a proper campaign?
You see, it's essentially, there is a huge the mismatch of perception. Look at how many seats Congress is getting. Congress is getting 10 seats, which is even lower than the Paswan's tally. But Congress considers this to be the big brother. Congress thinks that Rahul Gandhi's campaign is what was drawing votes for the NGB. They have to be also realistic. If BJP, by being close to the JDU, almost neck to neck with them, are willing to concede to the JDU, saying that, okay, when it comes to Bihar, you are the big brother. And till you really call the shots. At some point in time, the tables may turn. Here you are, as Prashant Kishore has said, Congress is a non-existent party in Bihar. But you want to behave as if you are the big brother out there. And, you are the one who is just, because you're lending some star appeal, you're coming there. So that is obviously a question of...
And even the voters, they perceive this. They perceive, what they're seeing. They understand who's from the location. They understand who's coming from somewhere outside Bihar. And they perceive it. But, as far as the parties are concerned, within the Mahagathbandhan, the fact that right till the end, they were unable to kind of get into that seat sharing formula or who will be fighting from whom. I just wanted to get an understanding from you. What really is a friendly fight and whose favor did that really go into? Because in most of those seats, the trend suggests that the NDA is ahead.
Friendly fight means, that was made an ego issue by Congress at a certain point in time, to put it bluntly. RJD told Congress to go take a walk. And at that point in time, probably it found it too difficult to, actually take that on its face. So they said, okay, we have filed a nomination. We'll stay there for RJD to have said, Congress to have said instead of 56, we are going down to what they had offered, 50. They found it too much to swallow. So that was again stupid. That's why you've had, forget the rift between RJD and Congress. You see the amount of dissension and dissonance there has been within the Congress leaders in Bihar, because the people who came and called the shots to distribute seats were not politicians at all. So see the comments made by the actual leaders on the ground, whether it is Tariq Ansari or the person who Shakil Ahmed or who just resigned from the party after the the votes were cast. So many of them, because Tariq Anwar and all of these people, they did it because they were marginalized. There was this whole paratroop people from Delhi. One of them was coming on camera even yesterday. The spokespersons were some Delhi spokesperson. The people in whatever ground level leaders, they were made ciphers.
Indeed. Mr. Ghosh, do continue to stay on with us. Meanwhile, my colleague Dharamjot Kaur is also joining us with the latest trends and leads. Over to you, Dharamjot. Tell us, what is this vote count looking like at the moment?
Well, Saleh, the trends that emerged earlier in the morning, I think we're pretty much on trajectory with that. The BJP, currently BJP Plus at 173 leading, that's the trend. RJD Plus in 66. The Jan Swaraj Party, which earlier had 3 seats in the early trends, then down to 2, is now at duck. Having said that, let's look at some of the key candidates and what their position is at the moment. Again, Tejashwi Yadav is leading. He's the CM face for the opposition. He is leading in his constituency. A few other leaders here. Jai Prakash Narayan of the RJD is trailing from the Jhajjar seat. Awadh Bihar Chaudhary of RJD is trailing at the Sivan constituency. Alok Mehta from RJD from the Ujairpur seat is leading. Bhai Virendra of RJD from the Maner seat is leading at this point. Other results of the RJD also looking positive. An exception in Ritlal Roy, who is from the RJD but trailing on the Danapur constituency. Again, RJD is still leading in several other seats. Shahnawaz Alam of the RJD is trailing in the Jokihat constituency. For the INC, the result overall does not look very good. It has a trail in quite a few seats. Ajit Sharma of Bhagalpur from the Indian National Congress trailing in this constituency. Again, from the Jale constituency, Rishi Mishra is trailing of the Indian National Congress. The exception that I can see here is Shakil Ahmed Khan of the Congress party is leading at the Kadwa seat. So this is where things stand at this point. We're seeing the overall trend is fairly consistent with how the key candidates are also faring in this particular trend so far, Saleh.
Indeed. Dharamjo, do stay on with us. And Shivan, if you even look at the conservative data that is being put out by the Election Commission of India on their website, this is how it is stacking up. 71 for the Janata Dal, 69 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Add them up, that is 140 seats just on the basis of these two parties. And then the Lok Janashakti Party, that's 17 seats. That's 157 seats. That is nearing the two-thirds majority mark. This is not just a wave election, it is a tsunami where Nitish Kumar seems to be sweeping through and through.
And at least what our guests believe that regardless now if this is the final result, Nitish Kumar will be retaining his seat. But again, these are all decisions that are yet to come out officially. So we'll wait for that. Very quickly, we will be slipping into a short break as of now. But our election coverage continues. So come right back. And we're also being joined by Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, who will be there with us when we get back.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From timeless legends to modern-day actors, we take a look at Indian actors with the maximum number of hits to their credit.
अच्छा मतलब वो लोग पहचानते नहीं मुझे. Now we are re-releasing the film with the original end.
Meet Indian lyricist screenwriter Javed Akhtar and know all about the evolution of storytelling in animation. All this and much more with me, Diksha Bisla, on WION at these times.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS centenary year, Kesariya at 100.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One with Saleh. I'm Shivan. We're tracking all the developments coming in from Bihar as counting is underway. It's been a little over 2.5 hours since counting began. And as of now, all that's coming out from the initial counts and the trends that are suggesting that the exit polls they seem to be pointing in the same direction as the exit polls. Exit polls are always seen with a slight pinch of salt. You never really know if they're going to be right or wrong. They've proven to be wrong in the past. But these trends, Saleh, they seem to be suggesting that the exit polls this time might just have been right.
You know, they may have gotten the trend right, but looking at the numbers that are now stacking up, Shivan, it still could appear that the exit polls may have been a little conservative in predicting the scale of the BJP-JDU combined. Right. 175 seats is where the BJP plus appears to be leading. The RJD plus the Congress and their other allies are leading in just 64 seats. And the other party that was creating a lot of noise in the media because it's got a very, very high-profile leader, Prashant Kishore, it is now sitting at a duck. It has not opened its innings at all. So we need to see as to what impact it has had in the larger process of voting. But this is quite an extraordinary election where Nitish Kumar, despite the fact that he's been the chief minister of the state of Bihar
20 years,
for 20 plus years, he seems to be enjoying no sort of anti-incumbency and could be back with a landslide or a tsunami of an electoral victory, which no one predicted.
And while we wait for the final results to be announced, till they are final, we are still calling these trends as they are. And that question, or that window to answer that question, that can there be a turnaround, it only seems to be closing as we're moving ahead with the counting process. 2.5 hours down the line, it's 10:30 a.m. Counting began at 8. Let's continue and track these as they come in. As of now, let's first start with the headlines.
The ruling NDA alliance looks all set for a landslide victory after crossing the majority marker very early in the Bihar trend. The alliance is now leading in more than 170 seats in the 243-member assembly.
Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's JDU makes huge gains in this Bihar election and is surging ahead as the single largest party in the early rounds of counting, leading in 76 of the 101 seats that it contested.
So it's 2.5 hours into the counting of the votes in this high-voltage election of Bihar. The opposition Grand Alliance seems to be struggling in a very bad way. The RJD has emerged as the single largest party within the Mahagathbandhan, while the Congress is trailing way behind.
JDU candidate and political strongman Anant Singh is leading from the Mokama seat. RJD candidate Veena Devi, who is the wife of rival Bahubali Surajbhan Singh, is trailing in the seat.
And the security forces demolished the house of Dr. Umar Nabi, the driver of the I-20 car that was involved in the blast near the Delhi's iconic Red Fort. Now, this demolition of the house of Umar Nabi took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
Ukrainian emergency services say Russian attack on capital Kiev killed 1 person and wounded at least 15. The strikes caused damage to 8 of 10 districts in Kiev.
And landslides triggered by torrential rains in Indonesia's Java Island have killed at least about 2 people and left 21 others missing. Rescuers are now searching for the 21 who are reported to be missing.
Japan says its position on Taiwan has not changed amid a spat with Beijing following comments from new Prime Minister Sanae Takichi about a possible attack by China on the self-ruled island.
The South Korean President Lee Jae-myung says that his country will now move forward with the United States in building nuclear-powered submarines after a long-awaited security and a trade agreement that was finalized.
US Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear. Says campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in Western Hemisphere.
And India's Manipal Education has now submitted another fresh bid to acquire the bankrupt Think and Learn, the parent company of Byju's. Once valued at a staggering $22 billion, Byju's collapsed amidst dues, exits and disputes. All right, so it is 2.5 hours since the counting of the votes began in the big Bihar election. And at this moment, Shivan, this is something that no one expected. The BJP plus, that is the BJP and JDU combined, is now inching at 179. That's the number of seats that they are leading on. The RJD and the Congress combined are now down to just 60. The Jan Swaraj party is down to a duck. That was not something that people would have said is unusual. But the fact that no one has predicted, there's this landslide or a tsunami of support that Nitish Kumar's government in Bihar seems to be enjoying, despite the fact that Nitish Kumar is this grand old man who's been in charge of the state for the last 20 years. Bihar is a very, very young state with a median age of just 22 years. That is well below the national average of about 28, 29 years. And the fact that Bihar beset with so many problems, besides the fact that the average Bihari people seem to be very ambitious, very enterprising in moving out of the state, despite of that, Nitish Kumar seems to be rollicking his way back to the seat of the chief minister. Enigma. You know, Bihar is a state that's been described as an outlier amongst the outliers. This is something that no one would have predicted. 74-year-old Nitish Kumar, questions have been raised about his mental acuity, but he seems to be, walking his way back to the seat of the chair of the chief minister again.
And Saleh, we've seen exit polls going wrong in the past by them not predicting the numbers and the numbers actually falling short. But this time, if they go wrong, it could also be because they predicted lesser numbers for the NDA than
the scale of the victory. No one saw this.
Yeah, and perhaps that's how they'll go wrong with it. If that is true, if these trends continue, and if this is the final result, and as time progresses, it only seems to be solidifying, and the possibility of a turnaround or a change, which the opposition is still seeming to focus or to be suggesting in their bites and in their interactions across platforms. They're still suggesting that it's not over, this is not final, but there is nothing that we've seen till now which seems that there is or has been any kind of a turnaround. That gap only seems to be increasing and in favor of the NDA. As of now, just to quickly bring you the numbers, 179 for the NDA and 60 for the Mahagathbandhan. That's where it stands. Jan Swaraj party, who were expected to have some kind of disruptive effect, are at 0. They were earlier at 3, 4 and 5 as well in the trends, but now they're down to 0, and others stand at 4 seats. That's where the trends stand as of now. Even if we go by the ECI numbers, the JDU is at 77, BJP is at 73. They're crisscrossing each other within the NDA alliance. The RJD at 42 and INC, that's the Congress, at 7. The Ramvilas, the Lok Jan Shakti Party, Ramvilas, is at 18, and that's where things stand. So as of now, seems comfortably in the kitty of the NDA. If there is a race to watch out for, it's between the JDU and BJP, because that will have an impact with the December winter session also around the corner.
I think that of course is a crucial issue, and we also got Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, who is with us. Mr. Ghosh, just before we went into the break, we were speaking about the many implications as to why the people of Bihar have voted in the manner that they have done. I also want you to weigh in on Tejashwi Yadav, the leader who's been making a lot of right noises, someone who seems to have a groundswell of support backing him. But when it comes to the elections, at least this time round, he seems to have made a few errors for which the people of Bihar do not seem to have backed his alliance. What do you think is going wrong with Tejashwi Yadav? A lot of people said that 2020 was going to be his moment. If that did not happen, then 2025 possibly was going to be his chance to become the chief minister. But what do you think is going wrong with Tejashwi Yadav?
I wouldn't say that something has gone wrong with Tejashwi Yadav. I think it's more what his opponents have done right. Because what Tejashwi Yadav has delivered and what he was, I think, and delivered more than what people may have expected of him is the consolidation of the Yadav votes. And Yadav votes he has not only consolidated, but as per some of the analysis which have come out of Pradeep Gupta and others who have done a caste-wise analysis and gender-wise analysis, even within the Yadav community, he has been able to retain the women's vote, because people talk of the women's vote, women being traditional voters of Nitish Kumar, and then this whole pre-election dole of 10,000 rupees to all women and all that were expected to sway the votes towards Nitish. He has been able to hold on to that vote. What he has not been able to do, or as I said, putting it conversely, what his opponents have succeeded in doing, is not allow the non-Yadav EBC votes to flow towards him. So they didn't allow any of the direct anti-incumbency vote come towards Tejashwi, and that's where he had to fall short. What LJP has managed to do for the NDA in terms of holding on to the anti-incumbency vote of Nitish Kumar, not cutting into it and keeping there. Unfortunately, Tejashwi's partner Congress has not been able to deliver the goods at all on that.
And Mr. Ghosh,
they should have been able to, sorry, just 1 minute, they should have been able to cut into some of BJP's votes or the JDU's votes, which is beyond the stronghold of just Tejashwi and RJD. And if Congress comes up with less than a tally of 10, they were a dead weight for Tejashwi to carry with 50, giving them 56 seats away. Just imagine if Tejashwi had taken those 56 seats and scored at least 50% on those seats. Today, the equation would have been very different in the overall scene for them to do some permutation combinations with etc.
And Mr. Ghosh, you mentioned it's more about what the NDA did right more than what Tejashwi Yadav did wrong. But if you just look at the issues which dominated, it was jobs versus jobs, incentives versus incentives coming in from both sides. Then there was Jungle Raj versus vote chori, the narratives which came from the other sides. And also, if you look at the MY versus the MY, that's the Muslim Yadav versus the Mahila and youth. What really went wrong? Or I would say, if you want to take it the other way, what really went right, if whichever, depends on which side you're looking at it. What went wrong for Tejashwi Yadav or what went right for the NDA?
See, first of all, today, it is very, very difficult to, fool people beyond a point. So when you are saying one government job per family, people will not fall for that. And then as we were discussing in the earlier half, everybody is not even looking for government jobs. They know what government job entails or doesn't entail, and somebody today going to work out of Bihar, maybe much better off what they're earning and repatriating home than if they were to stay back and assuming they get a class 4 job in a government, what they're going to be able to contribute to the family. So that's changing. So people don't buy that. Similarly, vote chori was hugely amplified in national media and very, very articulate. Some of Congress's allied to Congress, some spokespersons who come non-stop talking about on television, and even this morning I saw some of them talking on other channels. Now that was again more of a drawing room chatter than what goes and affects people on the ground. So these are things. And the third most important point, which I think Prashant Kishore had raised, that ultimately one level, they may have consolidated in Yadav vote. But if you really ask the people, have even the Yadavs benefited from the RJD rule earlier? Sure, Lalu Prasad Yadav's family has benefited. They have become larger, but the common Yadav people, did they benefit? And what we were discussing earlier also, whereas whatever little Nitish Kumar may have done, achieved, may not be what everybody expected, but that benefit has grown across the board. So that's where he has a greater credibility.
At this moment on our screens, we've got that poster which said it has the image of Nitish Kumar very prominently, and it is written, Tiger Abhi Zinda Hai.
The tiger is alive and kicking and biting.
Put forth, where they're saying that Tiger Abhi Zinda Hai in Bihar. And also some of the other images that are also coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters is that of jalebis being fried up, pakodes and laddus.
They're not wasting any time.
They're not wasting any more time. Although it is still early, because at this moment on the Election Commission's website, no results have been declared yet. It's all leads and trends, but these leads and trends will now solidify. And our correspondent, Neeraj Pandey, who is at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi, has sent us this report. Let's listen to what's been said there.
I am currently at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where preparation for the election results are in full swing. Initial trends have already begun to emerge, showing the NDA in lead. However, we will have to wait a little longer to the exact results. Now, we have to see whether Nitish Kumar returns or whether the India bloc form the government in Bihar.
All right, so very interesting snapshot there, Shivan. So the BJP office wasting no time at all. You can see the smoke rising, jalebis being fried up, pakodes being fried up there. This is what the mood looks like.
They
and
don't
this
seem
time
to
round,
seem they
seem
early
it's
celebration.
almost a done deal. It does not look like an early celebration now, because it is 10:47 at this moment in our clock. And these leads will only solidify from here.
We can only see cooks behind our correspondent who's there reporting from the BJP headquarters, because that win in Bihar is going to resonate all the way to the national capital of India. Now, let me cut across to Dharam, our colleague joining us from the newsroom. Dharam, give us more on the trends that are coming in.
Well, Shivan, a very interesting trend that has just come in. Tejashwi Yadav is trailing at the Raghavpur seat. Again, he has been leading since counting began, and suddenly there is a trail that has been registered in the Raghavpur constituency. His brother Tej Pratap Yadav, who is fighting on his own party, the JJD, is also trailing in the Mahua constituency that he is contesting the election from. So a few surprise twists over here for the Yadav brothers, though from different parties altogether. Then again, for the BJP, a lot of leads are being registered. Mangal Pandey from the seat of Sivan is leading. Ram Kripal Yadav leading from the seat of Danapur. A lot of other BJP leaders as well. Nitin Nabin, Nitin Mishra, Jibesh Kumar, all of them are leading. For the JDU, the big name, Anant Singh, is currently leading from the Mokama seat where he is contesting this election. So a lot of toss-ups also happening in the key candidates, while we are seeing a very comfortable and predictable trend continuing to emerge for the BJP-led NDA alliance in Bihar. The key candidates are still seeing a bit of a toss-up in their own respective leads and trails. Whether that changes, whether Tejashwi Yadav comes back to a lead, that is something we'll have to watch out for. But currently, the CM face for the opposition alliance is trailing in his constituency.
Dharamjot, it's interesting the way the leads and trends seem to be changing, even for some of those big leaders. Tejashwi Yadav, as you mentioned,
that's a family bastion.
That's a family bastion, and it's going to be massive upset if that trail continues to remain in place. But the fact that the pollsters seem to have got the trend right, but they did not get the scale of the victory right. 188 seats is where the BJP-JDU combined seems to be leading on. Give us a sense of how these numbers are now stacking up. The pollsters, although they seem to predict the right winner, have failed in again predicting the scale of the victory.
Well, I think, Saleh, they seem to have taken a lesson from the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, or that seems to be at least the mood
A lot of pollsters were left crying after that, but then this time.
Exactly. And so having seen that the entire forecast flipped back to their face, and that quite put their credibility under the scanner, I think pollsters this time have taken a rather conservative approach. They've still given the mandate to the NDA alliance, but they have not toed their line of 200 plus seats in Bihar. That's the figure that the alliance has quoted for themselves, that they will win with more than 200 seats in the state of Bihar. But again, we're not seeing pollsters pick that number up and toe that particular line. So clearly there seem to be some lessons that have been taken from the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. While they have given a victory to the alliance, they're still keeping the numbers a little conservative. So it works for them both ways if you look at it. Even if the alliance wins, the pollsters are proven correct. If the alliance wins with a big margin, the pollsters didn't really get it wrong. They just probably got a few numbers wrong, but they still got the end verdict correct. So definitely trying to play it safe this time.
Right.
But again, very, very massive, substantial trends being registered for the NDA alliance.
Indeed.
Clearly stating a big comeback for Nitish Kumar.
Shivan, all through the campaigning and all through the pundits who are making predictions for the Bihar elections, and considering as to how crucial they are, no one predicted the scale of the victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 190 is where it stands along with the JDU combined. Look, 200 is still in the touching distance.
Yeah, it's within range.
These numbers will only solidify and could increase from here, and 200 could not be off from the count.
Earlier on in the 2024, as Dharam was mentioning, in those elections, the general elections, a figure of anything across 400 was seen as outlandish. Commensurately, a figure past 200 in a total of 243 was looked at as, okay, fine, it's rhetoric or at most. But now it seems like the numbers are not too far away from that. Let's pick up some more political reactions that are coming in at this hour and continue with this.
अब कोई बोल दे कि हम सब घर में एक एक आदमी को नौकरी दे देंगे, तो जनता समझ गई कि ये बहुत बड़ा झूठ और अफवाह है। तो अपना क्रेडिबिलिटी विपक्ष ने खुद गिराने का काम किया अंतिम समय में, और जनता ने ये समझ लिया कि मरता क्या नहीं करता, वही हालात विपक्ष का हो गया है। जब तक अंतिम रिजल्ट नहीं आता है, तब तक हम वैसे नेता नहीं हैं कि अति उत्साहित और ख्याली पकाव वाली बात करेंगे। लेकिन जनता के मैंडेट पर हमें भरोसा है। गृह मंत्री जी ने सही कहा, उनको विश्वास है कि 160 का आंकड़ा जो है हम लाएंगे।
जीत होने वाली है, बाहर चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को। बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, सरकार बना रहे हैं।
जिस तरह का रिस्पांस था तो हम लोग को लग ही रहा था कि पूरा बिहार का लोग फिर से चाहता है एनडीए सरकार बने, नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री बने। ये तो आ ही रहा था, लेकिन अब लोग जिस तरह का बात इसी भाषा के खिलाफ लोग रहे हैं, उनको पता नहीं है जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे थे कि क्या नेपाल बन जाएगा भाई। यहाँ पर अगर किसी को ग्रीवांस है तो अपेक्षा भी नीतीश कुमार से ही है।
बिहार की उम्मीद और आशा के साथ बिहार बदलाव की ओर अग्रसर है। दोपहर बाद तक सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी। बदलाव तेजस्वी जी के नेतृत्व में महागठबंधन की सरकार।
Were some of the reactions that have come in. And we've got Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, who's still there. Mr. Ghosh, through the campaigning, some of the issues that were picked up by the Jan Swaraj Party leader Prashant Kishore was the question of employment, about the problems of migration. And he also said something very, very crucial which resonates with the people of Bihar, and that is the question of dignity. He said that the term Bihari is now being used in a disparaging manner. And more than anything else, he said that these are issues that need to be addressed. And with a verdict that seems to be shaping up, do you think these are some of the issues that the people of Bihar have in fact voted upon?
I think Prashant Kishore is, a great analyst, and I think whatever he has said, I can't fault him on his sound bites. His analysis is very good. I don't know whether how he was expecting. It's like somebody like me who you call a political analyst. If tomorrow I believe that I can go and win elections on the ground, I think there'll be a mismatch of reality. I think some of that has happened with Prashant Kishore. He has helped others win election, but converting that into votes is not an easy task. But much of his prognosis, I think, is correct. And intelligent politicians are going to act on that on the longer run. Because if people don't do that, that's going to change. Like you were mentioning repeatedly about Bihar's demographic profile towards the skewed towards the youth. Now, a lot of this youth, when they are growing up, they don't have any memories of Jungle Raj, etc. They were not even born then. They are going to compare themselves today with other states. They are going to see with the opportunities which is happening around the world. I don't think they will even be caught up in looking at government jobs any longer. You know, all these people realize that, they have seen some of their earlier generation people who haven't gone elsewhere get government jobs, but they know also they have got IASs and IFS officers, etc. That is, they have them. But ordinary government jobs don't mean anything. They're looking for other opportunities. So their whole context is going to change. And Nitish Kumar may have won this election, but for him to be able to again inspire the next generation would be difficult. And that's why Prashant Kishore says that maybe his turn will come next time, but that only time will tell. I don't know whether he'll have that lasting power. But whosoever comes in, they'll have to capture that hope and aspiration aspect of the younger generation.
Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, thanks so much for joining us here on the broadcast, and also a thank you to our colleague Dharam, who was there with us in the newsroom, and Neeraj Pandey, who's there at the BJP headquarters, where celebrations have already begun, and clearly they're not seeing it as an early celebration. This seems to be like a walkover, but we'll wait for the final results to come in. That's what the trends are suggesting, that the exit polls, if they were wrong, it was because of an undervaluation of the margin of the victory. Let's cut into a short break, come right back as we continue with all the developments coming in from Bihar.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS centenary year, Kesariya at 100.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World this one, and this is our continuous coverage of the high-voltage Bihar election. We know that the NDA seems to have comfortably gone towards what the polls were expecting all along, but again, we'll have to wait till the dust settles on the matter. As of right now, let's take a look at the numbers and see where each party stands.
The ruling NDA looks all set for a landslide victory after crossing the majority mark in the very early Bihar trends, where the alliance seems to be leading at this moment in 190 seats in the 243-member assembly.
Chief Minister Nitish Kumar JDU makes huge gains in the Bihar election and is surging ahead as the single largest party in the early rounds of counting, leading in 84 of the 101 seats it contested.
And we are 3 hours into the counting in this high-voltage election in Bihar, and the opposition Grand Alliance seemed to be struggling in a very bad way to stay afloat. Tejashwi Yadav-led RJD is leading in just 35 seats, while the Congress has failed, it appears, in even getting a double-digit figure in the early leads and trends that have come in.
JDU candidate and political strongman Anant Singh is leading from Mokama seat. RJD candidate Veena Devi, who is the wife of rival Bahubali Surajbhan Singh, is trailing in the seat.
The security forces have demolished the house of Dr. Umar Nabi, who was the driver of the I-20 car that was involved in the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort. The operation, that is the demolition of his house, took place overnight in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir.
Ukrainian emergency services say the Russian attack on capital Kiev killed 1 person and wounded at least 15. The strikes caused damage to 8 of 10 districts in Kiev.
And landslides triggered by the torrential rains in Indonesia's Java island have killed at least about 2 people and have left 21 others missing. The rescuers are now searching for the 21 who are reported to be missing.
Japan says its position on Taiwan has not changed amid a spat with Beijing following comments from new Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi about a possible attack by China on the self-ruled island.
The South Korean President Lee Jae-myung says that his country will now move forward with the United States in building a nuclear-powered submarines after a long-awaited security and trade agreement was finalized.
US Defense Secretary announces major military initiative in the Caribbean and South America, calling it Operation Southern Spear, says the campaign is aimed at confronting narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere.
And India's Manipal Education has now submitted a fresh bid to acquire the bankrupt Think and Learn, the parent of Byju's, once valued at $22 billion. Byju's collapsed amidst dues, exits and disputes that it's been embroiled in. right, so this is our continuous coverage of this high voltage election in Bihar, and we are 3 hours into the counting process, and now the leads will begin to solidify, and the way things are looking, it does appear to be nothing less than a tsunami or a landslide victory. 194, that is where the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDU combined stands. The JDU is the bigger partner of this alliance, while in the opposition camp, in the Mahagathbandhan, things haven't gone as they were hoping they would. The RJD is down to 46, and it is the RJD that is the bigger partner, while the Congress has not even been able to break into a 2-digit figure. Diksha, this is something that few people expected all through campaigning and even during the time of voting. No one expected that this could be what we would be looking at on the day of the election results, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is way ahead along with the JDU. And Nitish Kumar, you know, he is a politician for all seasons. He's been called the Palti Kumar. He's been called the Sushasan Babu of Bihar. Despite of that, you know, consider this. The average age of a Bihari individual at this moment is just 22 years old. And Nitish Kumar has been in charge of the state for 20 years. And people still think that he's the man to lead them forward into the future.
Absolutely, Saleh, and these are rather colourful adjectives. And now it's safe to say that now that we are 3 hours into the counting, the trends are emerging to be pretty clear. This time, the state has created history by recording a voter turnout of 67.13. And it is the highest since 1951, as we've discussed, while 62.98% of male voters cast their vote. It was women this time who outshone the male population, whereas the turnout here was 71.78.
Right.
Setting a new benchmark in Bihar's electoral history, I must say.
Indeed. And also joining us on the broadcast, we've got with us Ms. Nalini Singh. She's joining us from Delhi. She's a senior journalist. Ms. Singh, thank you very much for joining us here on WION. Now, we've got a poster on our screens at the moment, and it has got Nitish Kumar's face very prominently on it, and it says, Tiger Abhi Zinda Hai. So Nitish Kumar is the tiger of Bihar who looks all set, it appears, to be the chief minister again, even though he's been in charge of the state for the last 20 plus years. How do you read these leads and trends that we're looking at?
Muhammad Saleh and Diksha, hi. It is Tiger Abhi Zinda Hai, but tiger in winter. And I would say that Nitish Kumar has done extremely well in terms of communicating that he has a heart for the extremely backward communities who are constitute about 36% of the voting population. So I would say that the fact that there are two things here. One of the ones, let me give you the major headline in my head just now, that this is a huge step for the NDA for the general elections of 2029.
Right.
Bihar with 40 seats is something that the NDA will now bank on. And 2029, as election calendars go, is not that far away. The second thing that occurs to me is that the EBC, the extremely backward castes and communities, have benefited from what Nitish Kumar has done, whether it is obviously legal, but whether it is ethical is something we can discuss later. But the fact that there has been to the women, first of all, starting with cycles, with reservations at the local level, panchayat, etc., then going up to the fact that he provided 125 watts of power free per household. Then coming closer, he has then not only, we'll talk about 10,000 later, but the old age pension has gone up from 400 rupees to 1,100 rupees. And then, of course, the 10,000 rupees cash, which has gone into the accounts of the women with a promise of making it 2 lakh rupees, 200,000 rupees later if they do well. Now, all this, there is a term in Bihar which says, who is the Mukhiya of my house? Who is the, who's the father figure? Who's the my bap of my house? And Nitish Kumar has been able to conflate the family with himself. So he's their mukhya. If there is nobody else to look after them, then there is Nitish Kumar. Now, and not only this, I mean, Nitish Kumar has also benefited from the roads that have been constructed, from the water which has gone in, from the toilets which may or may not be in use in 100%, but they're all there. So this forms the basis. This is why I'm saying that for me, what has worked for Nitish Babu, as they call him, is that he's communicated a benign presence. He has overlooked the fact that there is a high amount of corruption, of retail corruption in Bihar. He's been able to paper it over, and he has been able to show that he will, or he has been able to highlight that should the other party come along, then the extremely backward castes are going to be dominated again by the Yadavs, etc.
Ms. Singh, I think you've made several important points. You've made several important points as to why things seem to have worked out for Nitish Kumar. But the fact is there is this huge demographic of Bihar that in fact is forced to migrate out of the state to seek out employment. And these are the figures put out by the Bihar government itself, where it says that 74.54 lakh, there is more than 7 million young Bihari men and women leave the state looking for employment in other parts of India. Now, a lot of these people were back home for Chhath Puja. Many of them stayed back perhaps to vote. How do you think the migrant Biharis have voted this time around? Because looking at the result, these leads that are coming out, they seem to have gone in favor of Nitish Kumar. But the fact is, in the last 20 years that he's been in charge of the state, there is very little employment generation that has been done within Bihar.
So let me predict that there will be very little employment generation in Bihar in organic terms. The government might introduce a few more jobs, a few 100,000 jobs here and there. But the organic growth of an economy will be stultified exactly because Nitish Kumar has introduced very expensive welfare projects. I'm not saying they should not be introduced, but we are asking about the economy. When you give 10,000 rupees to a poor woman, it is a bonanza for her. So let us assume she buys 2 or 3 goats. Another one, sewing machine. Another one might have, let's say, she will say for parking for motorcycles or whatever.
Right.
The question is, who amongst them is going to pay GST to the state? Who amongst them is going to pay, when you have construction, you have registration charges that go to the state, as you know. So the state coffers are not going to be positively impacted by these 10,000 rupees transfers to more than 1 crore women, maybe 1.25 crore women or 1.30. So what happens is that the state of Bihar is actually going to, then once this treasure is over, this whatever money they got just now from the center, now what happens? So this will be over pretty soon.
Right.
Then you have to go to the center again for another grant in aid. Today, please, may I remind you that that Bihar by itself only collects about 6 to 7% revenue, which is, its revenue collections are 6 to 7% of its expenditure. So let's assume loans and GST and registration fees, that maybe it's 20%. For 80% of its expenditure, it is dependent on the central government. And you know very well, whoever gives the money then calls the tune.
Right.
So, but this, what is worrying, your question was what happens to migration? In this scenario, when the state is not going to be, not going to have the resources to invest, I do not see too much FDI, foreign direct investment, coming in. Promises might be another thing. That means that there will not be industries, which means that you will not, if there are not industries, investment in industries, there will not be jobs, which means migration will increase, which means that the families that are getting fractured today, we are not looking at the sociological aspect of not having your young men or even your middle-aged husband in the house. It gives, it makes women stand on their feet. But what does it do to the family unit is something that I worry about. having family links in Bihar.
Allow me to interject there, Ms. Singh. While we've discussed everything that's worked in favor of Nitish Kumar, now we also need to understand the kind of challenges that are awaiting the party. We know that with BJP seeming to be maintaining its lead over JDU within the alliance, despite both contesting the same amount of seats. Now, how is it slated to impact the power balance within the country? Now, because we also know there's speculation about Nitish Kumar's future within the party. And of course, this has come at a time when the opposition has raised pointed questions over his health conditions, and there has been speculation on whether he will continue as the chief minister, even if NDA comes to power. What do you think?
Shikha, let me just put it this way. What will BJP gain by throwing away Nitish Kumar as the chief minister? Nitish Kumar is, as I said, a lion at sunset, and therefore, very gently but very quickly, Nitish Kumar is going to be surrounded by the powerful winners of the BJP. Right. So this is going to be a government that is harnessed by in harness will be the BJP, but the front will be Nitish Kumar. And there is no reason for the BJP and as a sharp political entity to be disturbing this balance. Let Nitish Kumar be, and he's emerged as a father figure, and he has emerged. Let me also, before we turn, another very important point that Nitish Kumar has been able to communicate, and also to an extent, Tejashwi Yadav. Mm-hmm. They have not been communal in their speeches, and they have also not raised this Hindu-Muslim bogey. Neither have they raised Ghuspetia, that there are infiltrators. If you see, BJP has raised these. So I don't know about the results in Seemanchal, but I would expect that there is Hindu consolidation there. But because of a very real feeling amongst the Hindu population in the Seemanchal area, which is some districts are Muslim dominated. Right. But there is a Hindu population that thinks that Muslims and Yadavas will come together and dominate. So I would expect that Seemanchal is also voting for Mahagathbandhan, for NDA, and Mahagathbandhan is not that high up. But at least these regional parties did not raise these, these standard operating procedure formats.
Contrary to that, a lot of people would say that because of this exercise of SIR that was carried out, saying that there were people on the voters list who should not have been there, and therefore there was a purge that was carried out. Even though the term Ghuspetia was not used that prominently, but that was the underlying theme in the lead up to the election with this SIR exercise, special intensive,
division.
The SIR exercise that was carried out. How do you think that has actually contributed to what has turned out in this election?
I don't really have figures for Seemanchal, where it has been alleged by people who are interested in alleging that Muslim voters have been have lost their ability, have lost their right to vote. So I have not looked at those figures. I've not also got any anecdotal evidence except what is being said on television by people who are critics of the ruling party. So I would say that, but I think across Bihar, there doesn't seem to, the panic that we saw in early September, etc., when after this was done, August, September, that panic did not get reflected in other parts of Bihar. And SIR does not seem to have played a role in condemning the NDA in the eyes of the voter, because the NDA is supposed to be the one which is close to the Election Commission. Election Commission has planned all this to support, all these conspiracy theories. So I don't think it worked. SIR,
some people would say the reason why the migrant population of Bihar, which went home for Chhath Puja, stayed back in the state to vote is because a lot of people were afraid that if this time they do not vote, then their name could be struck off from the voter list if there were to be another special intensive revision that would take place in the state. Ms. Singh, looking as to how things are panning out here, this seems to be in many ways an end of the era in Bihar politics. Lalu Yadav has of course been out of the picture for quite some time, but is this, in your opinion, perhaps the last election that Nitish Kumar would be contesting in the manner that he has done this time around? Is this the end of the Mandal politics leadership that we witnessed in Bihar?
That's a very interesting question. I think, we are saying Nitish and Lalu are the torch bearers of the Mandal politics. But what I notice is that Bihar retains two completely bipolar opposite philosophies. One of them is feudalism, and the other one is socialism. So I think feudal socialists will remain. These Mandal socialists might have gone, but the fact that socialism has taken root, please look at the EBCs and try to talk. They may be what is called in the local language Bhiru, which is afraid. But when you deal with them, socialism has taken root. So I would say that I find feudalism and socialism coexisting. I foresee that these will coexist in Bihar up to the next elections, which is not only 29, but getting on to the next assembly elections, etc. This, the Nitish and Lalu going away will maybe take the edge off this Mandal politics a little bit. But caste is so entrenched that, allow me to say this, actually we could have done the exit polls with just looking at the coalition of the two NDA and the Mahagathbandhan, because castes, they took, when we talk about LJP, we are talking about the Paswan. When we talk about Hum, we are talking about the Musahars. When we talk about the, BJP itself might be bringing upper caste. So actually, and not to talk of JDU, Kurmi, Koiri, etc. What I'm seeing is caste is the one that will remain cast iron even in the next election and elections after that, but overlaid by feudalism, which will remain as a legacy of the past, as partition remains a legacy of the past for us in other parts of the country, and socialism, both.
Right, now I want you to gaze into the crystal ball a bit, because once Nitish Kumar, he is of course going to be the chief minister, quite clearly the BJP would not want to change anything in their alliance, because the JDU also supports the central government of Narendra Modi at the centre, and therefore there's no reason as to why the BJP would nudge Nitish Kumar to perhaps step aside. But if we were to look a bit into the future, what is the future of the JDU in the absence of Nitish Kumar, and does that give the opportunity that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been looking at to try and expand for itself a bigger place in the state of Bihar? Because Bihar, being an outlier, is the only Hindi-speaking state where the Bharatiya Janata Party has never managed to form a government on its own.
Yeah, and please see what is happening this time. Could the BJP have formed a government on its own? Not at all. So Bihar is actually a very, one should laud the voter of Bihar, because they are sticking to something else, but they are not succumbing to the dog whistles which we have become accustomed to. So therefore, I would say that Nitish Kumar is here. His health is okay. I think he'll be able to carry on. But remember that the BJP has not only Nitish Kumar, it has other leaders of the JDU in its bag, and it will nurture them. Why? Right. Because it doesn't want to be in the pocket of Chandrababu Naidu. If Nitish Kumar's JDU is not nurtured by the BJP, then what happens? Let's say, hypothetically, that JDU falls off the map of NDA. Then the only person left is Chandrababu Naidu as an ally. Don't forget that we have a central government, which the main party, BJP, has got 240 seats. Right. And much short of the majority. So, therefore, there will always be a JDU, there will always be a Chandrababu Naidu's TDP.
Interesting. Now, I also want you to, predict as to what happens to the Jan Swaraj Party, because looking at the trends that are coming in, the Jan Swaraj Party has failed to get even a single seat. Prashant Kishore had always been saying that his party would either be on the arsh that is the sky, or on the farsh, that is the floor. So what happens to Prashant Kishore, who was hailed about a decade ago as the Chanakya, the master strategist who had helped the BJP win in 2014? But where do you see the Chanakya going forward within the state elections in Bihar?
Put it this way, we've got a 130-year-old party, approximately, the Congress party. I don't know what the latest figures are. Perhaps they have not entered double digits yet. This is for a 130-year-old party. For a 3-year-old party to get, is it 4 to 5% of the vote share? I'm not sure about the seats either. I'm a little behind whatever the channels are saying. Even if it has got 4 to 5%, Jan Swaraj Party, 4 to 5% of the vote share, that's really quite a lot in a state like Bihar, which means that there is a seed that the Jan Swaraj Party can sow, and it can irrigate and water, and see it grow, but slowly, because Jan Swaraj Party is not aligning with the major controller of votes, which is caste. So if Jan Swaraj Party said it is with caste A, B, C, D, then I think one would be able to project even numbers. This 4 to 5% might grow to this. But Jan Swaraj Party is obstinately saying that we are not for caste, we are for changing Bihar, we are for changing its backwardness. Remember, we are talking about a state whose per capita income is 1/3, 30% of the per capita income of the country. So you've got a scenario where the per capita income per month might be, or household income might be 6,000 rupees.
Absolutely.
And overlaid on this, you get 10,000 rupees from a source. So think about the effect. From 400 old age pension, it's 1,100. So there are all, I would say, money has played a part. Maybe this is welfareism, but talking just in pure economic terms, this is the reality. But let's put that away for a minute. Jan Swaraj Party is talking about things that appeal to the educated class, and or some of the educated. It doesn't appeal to the educated who are caste bound completely.
Right.
But there are obviously some floating people in the educated class, and this we hope under Nitish Kumar, education will be such that this number just grows, and with it could grow Jan Swaraj Party if it stays the course.
Indeed.
I don't know about that, because remember that Prashant Kishore had said in one of the television interviews that if JDU gets more than 25 seats, I will resign from politics. But I think that later on it was corrected. But what I'm saying is, if it stays the course, it takes money, it takes guts, it takes a huge amount of your own life for all the people who have joined it. And they've got some fine people. So I don't know.
Of course, and Jan Swaraj Party seemed to have ushered in this new political rhetoric, and of course the results will show if it was able to withstand the challenges that come with the regional and the caste-based, of course, dynamic within the state, and the numbers are very telling. They've painted a pretty straightforward picture. Thank you so much, Ms. Nalini, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing a valuable perspective with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, so this is what the election counting looks like. The vote count that is currently underway, 190 seats is where the BJP plus JDU is leading. The Congress and the RJD is now at 49, and these are the trends that we're looking at 3.5 hours into the voting. And Diksha, going forward from here on, these are numbers that will only solidify. The pollsters will be thumping on their back and saying that, listen, we got the election right this time around. But the fact is, no one predicted the scale of the victory that Nitish Kumar seems to be riding on at this moment. This is where it is interesting. According to the Election Commission of India's website, the Bharatiya Janata Party is at 82. The Janata Dal United could be the smaller partner, where it is leading at 75 seats. The Rashtriya Janata Dal, the RJD, is now down to 35. The Indian National Congress is only at 7. And even the Lok Janashakti Party of Ramvilas Paswan, Chirag Paswan, who's now heading it, is now comfortably leading in 22 seats. That's the figure that we're looking at. And no one could have predicted that this would be the scale of the victory that the Bharatiya Janata Party would be looking at. A number of things seemed to have gone right for the BJP-JDU combined, and this is what makes elections in the country so baffling. Remember, in 2024, when the general elections were held, the BJP was screaming from the rooftops that they would get 400 plus seats. That did not happen. Most of the pollsters predicted 400 plus. 400 par is where the BJP would end up, but they had to end up with some egg on their face because the BJP ended the tally with just 240 seats. And this time, no one predicted that 190 could be the mark that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDU combined will, of course, be headed towards. And the Janata Dal United could be the smaller of the partners. This, of course, could go up and down, but we need to wait and watch as to how things unfold from here. But will there be a dramatic change? It's highly unlikely that the Congress and the RJD will be able to worm their way back up and reduce the lead that the JDU and the BJP have at this moment. All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got Ms. Shikha Mukherjee, who's a senior journalist who's joining us live with us. Ms. Mukherjee, this is what the numbers are stacking up at the moment as we look at it. 188 for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDU. And Nitish Kumar, you know, someone who has been the consummate politician of Indian politics, who is happy to be in any alliance that he can, so long as he can remain the chief minister. It looks like he's going to be back again in the chief minister's chair. How do you read the trends and the leads that we're looking at the moment?
Well, I think two things. One, this is an election where Nitish Kumar has emerged as the dominant face of the election. There is no doubt about it. This is an election which Bihar has gifted to Nitish Kumar. And that's the first thing. The second thing is...
When you say gifted to Nitish Kumar, Ms. Shikha, if I can just press you on this. When you say gifted to Nitish Kumar, you know, a leader who's been heading the state for the last 2 decades, he's called himself the Sushasan Babu. He said that he's ended Jungle Raj and he's brought about some very interesting changes for the people of Bihar. Why do you say gifted, this election gifted to Nitish Kumar? For what?
Two things. One, there is a loyalty factor here, which is that women, you know, women traditionally as voters tend to have a very consistent pattern of voting for a particular leader. And in Nitish Kumar's case, I think this Mahila vote of 23-24% has worked out hugely in his favor. That's one. The women have been very, very loyal to him. The second thing is, why am I saying that this is a gift? Because I think this is probably Nitish Kumar's last election. And Bihar has done what it does well, which is pay respect to the elder. And therefore, I think this is a gift.
Interesting.
Of course, Ms. Mukherjee, what do you think, what kind of a role has the youth had to play in this? Because we know the state has set a record with the turnout that we've seen this time. And of course, the demographic has had a major role to play in this, and also the women who have been the defining force behind this election.
See, the youth, we were sort of anticipating how the youth would respond to the Tejashwi's youthfulness, how it would respond to the fact that Jan Suraj had been so successful in making the issues of unemployment and migration and loss of opportunities as the core of an election campaign. But the youth also seem to have done what they have always done in the past, which is follow a trend, and they have voted for. They have not broken ranks with the traditional ways of voting in Bihar. If you look at how the castes have voted, which is a very preliminary kind of look, because we don't have the figures as yet, but there is a basic vote pattern which was emerging. The upper caste, the Dalit, even in the non-Yadav OBCs have voted for the JDU and the BJP. There is no doubt about it. The Muslims have voted significantly in and perhaps consolidated behind, as they were expected to, behind RJD.
Right.
The thing is that, where our expectations and where Bihar voters have diverged is that the youth factor hasn't worked as we had thought it might in Tejashwi Yadav's favor. The youth factor has pulled the way in which all the other castes have moved, which is upper caste, non-Yadav OBCs, and then the Dalits. They have voted.
Right, and this is, of course, in line with what Ms. Mukherjee, just before that, we were discussing the same thing with Missing as well, where she has highlighted the complex DNA of Bihar and how it can hold multitudes, where, of course, caste and class still hold a major sway over people. Now, of course, the next question is that with the Mahagathbandhan to be rooted out with RJD losing the single largest opposition party status, what is next for RJD here?
Sorry, I think the line is unstable.
That's all right, Ms. Mukherjee. We were just
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah,
Am I audible, Ms. Mukherjee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand now with the Mahagathbandhan, which is rooted out, and RJD losing the single largest opposition party status, what seems to be the next step for RJD? What's the future looking like over there?
As I said, this is the wave election. It is Bihar's gift to Nitish Kumar. How the post-Nitish Kumar election works out is something which is going to be fascinating to watch, because along with this gift to Nitish Kumar, the Bihar has sort of allowed the LJP under Chirag Paswan's leadership to emerge as a significant force in regional politics, and this is quite astonishing. One can't say that one is terribly surprised, given the fact that in 2024, the Lok Sabha election, the LJP's strike rate was fabulous.
Right.
However, that Chirag Paswan is today a credible leader of the Paswans, of the Dalits, is an emerging face. If you look at the fact that the VIP party, the Vikashsheel Insaf party,
right.
Where the Dalit vote was supposed to be consolidating, has not happened. So
I think that's a significant point that you make there, Ms. Mukherjee. The LJP party, the Lok Janashakti party under Chirag Paswan contested in 29 seats, and at this moment it seems to be leading quite clearly in 22 of those seats. This is a consolidation that quite clearly the BJP plus JDU alliance has managed to capture. I want you to weigh in on the fact as to the reason as to why the Mahagathbandhan, it appears, has failed. The RJD and the Congress combined, they've not been able to get the other caste combinations beyond the Muslim Yadav vote. Is that the biggest failing of the Mahagathbandhan?
I think this is the biggest failing of the Congress. The Mahagathbandhan, if you look at the RJD, my suspicion is that the RJD has retained its hold on the Muslim Yadav votes. And it is the Congress which has failed to weigh in with its promise of bringing in upper caste, non-Yadav, OBC and Dalit votes. I think that's where the problem lies. And why is the Mahagathbandhan failing? There are two issues here. One is that you can't squabble over seat sharing in a critical election like this. If you squabble, if you have what are called friendly fights, but are really very hostile fights, then you're asking the public to make a choice between fractious partners who are not going to be able to pull it together, and an NDA which is a very stable partnership.
The most bizarre aspect of these friendly fights was there were 12 seats where the parties of the Mahagathbandhan were in fact contesting against each other. And we do not know as to how many they seem to be winning on, because quite clearly the election has gone completely in the direction of the BJP and the JDU. But the fact that the Congress has managed to win, or appears to be winning, only in the 7 seats that it has contested in this election, is it the arrogance of the Congress during the seat-sharing process that has been the undoing of the Mahagathbandhan alliance? And this means that in the next election, the RJD would not want to be bogged down with an alliance with the Congress.
That's something that we should leave for the next election. That's too far away to predict as of now. But the fact of the matter remains that Bihar continues to be an area where the national parties are kind of there, but they are not the critical factors in elections. It is the regional players. And that trend post-Nitish is already being set. Tejashwi, Chirag Paswan, they are regional leaders. They are Bihar's new faces. They are the next generation of Bihar leaders. Of that, there is no doubt. And therefore, I think Bihar continues to be what I have always said and I have written and thought, which is that Bihar's politics is quintessentially Bihar-focused. Their leadership is quintessentially from Bihar. There is no way, one can talk about the impact of Mr. Narendra Modi, his star power, his charisma, his popularity, the fact that everybody knows his face. But the fact is that he is a force multiplier in Bihar. He is not the face of Bihar because BJP tried to make that into a political statement before the campaign really kicked off and the polling dates were announced. It said that, we will decide on who is going to be the chief minister after the election, after the votes are counted.
Right.
And then they had to eat crow and say, no, it's Nitish Kumar whom we are going to be lining up behind. And that I think is the politics of Bihar. It is regional, and it is quintessentially local politics. And the wave is quintessentially a wave in favor of Mr. Nitish Kumar. And it's probably the gift that he is getting.
Right, Ms. Mukherjee, and of course, Congress this time had the dual challenge. First, of course, improving its own vote tally as compared to the 2020 polls in terms of the vote shares and, of course, the seats that were won. And second, of course, carving out a distinct identity rather than just being an RJD ally. But now the public has seemed to see through it, and the numbers are painting a very comprehensive picture here. But the question is, now that we see BJP's lead over JDU within the alliance, despite both of them contesting for the same number of seats, which is 101, how is this later to impact the power dynamic within the party? And now let's also think about Nitish Kumar. Of course, you've mentioned that the rightful thing to do would be to line behind him, as we will see. But in terms of incumbency, how do you think this is going to be followed after Nitish Kumar in the future? Do we have a new face at all that would be primed to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Nitish Kumar?
That's what I said. The faces are emerging very clearly. LJP's Chirag Paswan and Tejashwi Yadav. These are the two faces of Bihar's next generation of leadership. They will slug it out. How the JDU survives beyond Nitish Kumar is something that we have to see, because the JDU doesn't have a leadership to hold it together. These are all post tomorrow.
Right.
Today is Nitish Kumar's day. And that is, I think, the most important thing that we can think about of this election.
This is, of course, an election that Nitish Kumar has just managed to, prove everyone wrong, because not even the pollsters, the most ardent supporters of the BJP would say that they were expecting 190 plus seats that the leads at this moment seem to be projecting. If you were to assess as to what would have been going through the minds of the people of Bihar, the fact that Nitish Kumar, who has been at the helm of affairs for so long, and he's still not facing any anti-incumbency, what do you think explains this result?
I don't actually think that there is no anti-incumbency. There is anti-incumbency, except that the voters haven't chosen to focus on it, because if you talk to people from Bihar, then they are telling you very clearly there is a problem that they have with corruption, which government's corruption, money which is there, which suddenly that evaporates when it reaches when it is meant to be dealing with a particular problem or a bottleneck or a road or bridge or whatever.
Right.
And then you have bridges that collapse, roads that collapse before inauguration, after inauguration, and all of that. They're also talking about the fact that they have money for a Janaki temple, but they don't have money for an investment that will a productive investment which will result in more jobs on a sustainable basis.
Right.
They're talking about the fact that you've given us 10,000 women are talking about the fact that you've given us 10,000 rupees. That's not really enough to start a business. There is a problem with people in Bihar talking about the migration crisis and the fact that they have to leave their homes and their families and their comforts and move to cities where they live in the most ghastly conditions and fight for survival on the streets of all these places, which is hostile to them. And the fact is that people are very aware of the problem.
Right.
They know what the problems are. They know what solutions they're looking for. But this time, then they are also looking at the fact that just even as the
it's interesting, Ms.
process
Mukherjee.
was underway,
it's interesting that you're pointing out.
No, let me just finish this one point.
Go ahead. Make the point, then I'll give you the question.
62,000 crores was what also helped in the direction of a shift.
Right. Now, these are some very interesting data points that you've put forth. But despite of these many challenges, despite you see those images of bridges collapsing within a year from the day that they were inaugurated, or perhaps even less, despite the fact that there have been serious issues of employment, of paper getting leaked for these students who've been preparing for many, many years for these state civil services examinations. But despite these challenges, why is it we've not witnessed a groundswell of support against Nitish Kumar's government?
As I said, this is a gift of Bihar to Nitish Kumar. As I said, the anti-incumbency is not absent from the Bihar voters' mind. The Bihar voter is not stupid, nor is the Bihar voter as sentimental as we seem to think. They certainly know that the Nitish government has failed them, but they're looking also at the fact that the double-engine Sarkar could mean the 62,000 crores will come into the state, and there will be a trickle-down effect. You never know. So you see, there are two things. One is that if you are a very vulnerable person on the margin, then you will take as little risk with your choices as you can, because you can't afford anything more. And Tejashwi and the Congress in combination, squabbling as they are, and then fighting this national campaign against Narendra Modi, they are not really a good bet, nor are they are a high-risk option for the marginalized and the vulnerable. And I think Bihar is very, very, very smart. They know that they are marginal. They know that their population is very poor, and they know what hardships they go through. So they've taken the least risk choice that they can possibly make.
Now, at this moment, this is what the Election Commission of India is projecting. The Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 85 seats, so it is clearly ahead. The JDU is leading in 75 seats. The RJD is down to 36. And this is where that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress must sit down and seriously deliberate. The Congress, of course, is an all-India party, but in Bihar, this time, it is leading in just 6 seats out of the many seats that it has contested. Is it the failure of the Congress that has bogged down the RJD and Tejashwi Yadav in putting up even a spirited fight to match what they had done the last time around in 2020?
You see, the Congress has no understanding, absolutely no understanding of how it needs to partner with a strong regional force. There is no doubt about the fact that Tejashwi Yadav's RJD is a strong regional force. And the Congress has no clue as to how it can negotiate with them or how it should partner with them. And just because Rahul Gandhi made an impact with his vote Adhikar Yatra, it doesn't mean that the Congress has converted any of this into the Congress organization is weak. The RJD's organization is better. And therefore, if anything else, this election shows that the Congress's organizational weakness and its leadership issues and its inability to partner with a strong regional ally makes them a liability.
Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has put forth what is being arguably dubbed as the most powerful election-winning machine that modern independent India has witnessed. And we are looking yet another example of that. 190 seats is where the BJP and the JDU seem to be leading on. And it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which is the highest, biggest single party with 85 seats. Do you see the BJP now expanding in Bihar and trying to do what they did in Maharashtra? Because so far, the BJP has been able to form a government in Bihar only in alliance with the JDU. And Bihar is an outlier here for that reason, because the BJP has not been able to form a government in a Hindi-speaking state on its own. Is that now likely to change in the future?
I would reckon not. I would reckon not. Because Bihar has a very strong political history of holding, being a very kind of, even when it was under the Congress. Let's go back to how Bihar has functioned under under the leadership of a national party. When a national party was in power, Bihar has been always an outlier. Bihar's leadership has always been very different. In that sense, very independent of national control.
Right.
And BJP doesn't have that capacity to bring in, they don't even have a leader who is the leader of the party in Bihar. Right. They don't have that either. So, you've been there for a long time. In partnership with Nitish, BJP has been in power. It has won seats. But without Nitish, I'm not so sure that the BJP has it has not created leadership. B, it has not. I don't know how successful it would be without Nitish Kumar. With Nitish Kumar's support, Nitish Kumar's face, Nitish Kumar's political
persona
stature
that he has in Bihar, I think that of course is very crucial. The Congress, by the way, very interestingly, Ms. Mukherjee is now down to just 5 seats. This is a spectacular collapse of the Mahagathbandhan that we're looking at, and it is an even bigger spectacular victory that the BJP and the JDU combined seems to be all the way dancing over the finish line. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Shikha Mukherjee, for joining us with that perspective. Diksha, this is an election that few people expected would actually turn out in this manner through the days of the campaigning, on the day of the voting. No one expected that this would, of course, be the result. The BJP emerging as the single largest party within the Bihar Assembly, JDU in 77 seats. And the RJD and the Congress will have a lot of soul searching to do, and we need to see as to how they, of course, take their coalition forward from here.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
From timeless legends to modern day actors, we take a look at Indian actors with the maximum number of hits to their credit.
अच्छा मतलब वो लोग पहचानते नहीं मुझे. Now we are re-releasing the film with the original end.
Meet Indian lyricist screenwriter Javed Akhtar and know all about the evolution of storytelling in animation. All this and much more with me, Diksha Bisla, on WION These Times.
The earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Hello and welcome back. A great day for Bihar today. We'll begin with the headlines and then keep track of the election results. NDA crosses two-thirds majority mark as NDA extends its lead in over 190 seats, with BJP and JDU going neck and neck with about 80 seats each with an alliance. As the NDA heads for a landslide win in Bihar, Mahagathbandhan is set to be routed out, with RJD losing single largest opposition party status. JO strongman Anand Singh widens lead from Makama seat in Patna. His rival Veena Devi, candidate of the RJD, is trailing. Devi is the wife of Suraj Bhan Singh, the rival Bahubali of Anand Singh. Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj party draws blank so far in the trends. The party has contested 238 of the 243 seats. Russian forces down more than 200 Ukrainian drones overnight, claims Moscow's defense ministry. And this as Ukrainian emergency services say Russian attack on capital Kiev killed one person and wounded at least 15. Three Chinese astronauts to return to Earth today after a delay caused when their spacecraft was struck by debris in orbit. China's economy is losing momentum, with key indicators slowing again in October. Policymakers are delaying new support and investment remains weak, raising fresh concerns about China's ability to sustain growth beyond this year's target. And as counting of votes for Bihar Assembly elections continues, the ruling National Democratic Alliance has crossed the two-third majority mark, taking a massive lead in trends. This is against the Mahagathbandhan. BJP and Janata Dal United-led NDA is ahead in 191 seats. These are the latest trends that we see, way over the majority mark of 122 in the 243-member assembly. It is a tight fight between NDA allies, JDU and the BJP, for the single largest party spot, with the BJP leading in at least 84 seats and the JDU being close behind and ahead in 75 seats, according to trends. Now, as for the opposition, RJD has lost its single largest party status and is leading in 34 seats. In this election, the RJD contested 143 out of the 243 assembly seats. Now, Congress, on the other side, continues to be the weak link in the opposition's grand alliance. The party fielded its candidates at 61 seats in the Bihar Assembly elections, but failed to gain ground and is currently leading at 5 seats. Well, poll strategist Prashant Kishore and his party Jan Suraj flops on its electoral debut in Bihar with 0 leads from the 238 seats it contested. All right, these are the latest trends that we are getting. And if you look at the ECI trends, Bharatiya Janata Party is leading at 84, Janata Dal at 76. We see there's a neck and neck fight there, right there. On the other hand, Mahagathbandhan, if we see RJD is leading with 34, Lok Jan Shakti Party, that's Ram Vilas Lok Jan Shakti Party, that's leading at 21. Meanwhile, if you look at ECI, the trends show that the Indian National Congress is leading with 7 seats. Now, these are the latest trends that we are getting. Of course, we have to see how it goes forward. If you look at the trends right now, Mahagathbandhan is of course said to be routed out with RJD losing single largest opposition party status. What comes next for RJD? Of course, we'll be discussing all of that. But for now, these are the trends that we are getting right now. BJP at 84, leading at 84, JDU with 76, Rashtriya Janata Dal at 34. Meanwhile, Congress party from the Mahagathbandhan at 7. Now, if you look at the faces, we know that when we look at NDA alliance, we know that Nitish Kumar has been the face all over when you look at the campaigns and everything. But how has Nitish Kumar's role played in this election? We can clearly see the leading and the celebrations that we see being held in different parts of the state. But of course, to look at how this all has played out, we're going to be discussing all of that. But before that, these are the leading trends coming in with the BJP at 84, neck and neck with JDU in the same alliance. Meanwhile, when we look at the other alliance, we look at the Mahagathbandhan, we say RJD with 34 and Congress at 7. Now, when we look at LJP right now, it contested about 29 seats, and as of now, it is leading at 21. Now, that's a big take if we compare it to the last election. We saw a great deal of improvement there. Of course, we're going to look at how they have been performing and how that leads into the formation of any kind of government when we look forward. But the trends that we see right now is the NDA alliance leading with a heavy number as compared to the Mahagathbandhan of the Congress and RJD. What happens next for RJD? We'll be looking at that. When you look at the leaders, we see the youth population coming from the Congress, but we also see Nitish Kumar at the age of 74 becoming the face of the NDA alliance, taking NDA, leading it with a great number as we see. These are just the leads that are coming in. Of course, we'll be waiting for what the result will be, but as of now, we see Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDU alliance leading a great deal. The opposition again is clearly trailing here according to the trends that we are seeing right now. Now these are underway. The counting of votes are underway in 243 constituencies. We will be looking at how that is all playing out. As of now, Bharatiya Janata Party is at 84, Janata Dal at 76, while the we have some changes now. Now, according to ECI, the latest trends that we are getting right now, we see Congress at 6 seats. Meanwhile, the Lok Janshakti Party at 19. Now, of course, to discuss how this all plays out, how has it been so far, we are now being joined by Sumant C. Raman, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Well, big day for Bihar, and we see a clear mandate, which we probably would not have been expected that on the voting days. But first of all, I want to see your reaction of these numbers that are coming in.
Well, an NDA victory was predicted, but certainly not on this scale. And the scale of this victory shows that they may even reach 200. I mean, the way things are going right now. Because in many of the constituencies where RJD and Congress are leading, the leads are a few hundred votes, and there is still another 6, 7, 8 rounds to go. So it is conceivably possible that this could end up at close to 200, which I don't think even the NDA anticipated such a massive mandate. And I think there is a lot of soul searching now to be done by the opposition, by the RJD. I think more than everyone sort of felt that the Congress would be the weak link. But the fact that the RJD itself would implode so badly with Tejashwi himself trailing is something that, I don't think too many people would have factored in at this point of time.
Right. And if you could just give us a slight insight into why, according to you, would that be the reason? What is the one key point that has been a plus point for the NDA in this whole election? We know that when we look at the government, we know that the bridge collapses, the unemployment, or the paper leaks of exams, these have been issues that were raised during the campaigns. What is that one thing that has now led to this kind of result for the NDA?
I think a lot of it has to do with Mr. Nitish Kumar and his image of, being a Shushasan Babu. But more than that, I believe that, it is this 10,000 rupees given to women of Bihar. I think that may have been a huge, force multiplier for the NDA in the run-up to the elections. The fact that they were actually able to give 10,000 into the bank account of many of these women even 4 or 5 days before the election or the polling date, I think that would have made a big impact. And it's not only that. I think the dependability of the opposition was not as high as the NDA. Then, I mean, to use a phrase, a known devil is probably better than an unknown angel. I think that is the take that most of the voters in Bihar seem to have gone with. And I think that is reflected sort of resoundingly in these results. I don't. I mean, they have not had any second thoughts in giving another 5-year term to Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because we were talking to different analysts about this, and one of them really pointed out that this was Bihar's gift to Nitish Kumar. That's very interesting. So also I want to talk about the friendly, it's called the friendly fights when it comes to these fighting parties, because we know that there was once the Mahagathbandhan versus the NDA, but now we clearly see that now we see a neck and neck between an alliance, within the alliance, the NDA alliance, when we talk about BJP and JDU. When you talk about like seat sharing, what is that went wrong with the Mahagathbandhan that could have become this one reason why we see this kind of result where even RJD is somehow at a point of losing some seats they could have won?
Yeah, if the RJD had held its own, then we could have analyzed this and said, they conceded too many seats to the Congress and therefore they ended up losing the election. But this has been a rout. RJD itself has been routed. So I don't think that, you can now go and say that, it was the seat sharing which was the problem, because all the parties in the alliance have been routed. So had it been, let us say the RJD got about 75, 80 seats and or maybe 80, 85 seats, and Congress took only about 10 out of the 61 seats they contested, then that argument would have come into play. Maybe did they give away too many seats to the Congress? But here, RJD is losing more than 40% of the seats that it held earlier. So when that kind of a rout happens, I think this kind of, going into the seat sharing, I don't think that really is the factor that has made a difference here.
And of course, we'll be looking at some kind of self-reflection when it goes to, how this could have played out. What would you see as the future of Nitish Kumar when we look at Nitish Kumar? Of course, we're going to be looking at the face, but again, he's been the CM since 2015. He's 74 years old. But if you look at JDU, without a face of Nitish Kumar, which probably would have been a major role in winning this time, how do you look at the future of JDU going forward?
Well, a lot depends on how Mr. Nitish Kumar's health holds up. If it does hold up, I have no doubt that he will be the chief minister and he will continue to, steer the state. Having said that, the JDU does not at this point of time have a designated successor. I mean, you have people like Mr. Lalan Singh and others, but there is no designated successor to Mr. Nitish Kumar who can hold the party together and who can have a mass appeal amongst the public the way Mr. Nitish Kumar has. So that is something that they'll have to worry about, but that's for another day. I think today is to savor this massive landslide victory and for Mr. Nitish Kumar to take guard again as Chief Minister of Bihar, because had the JDU done badly, there might have been some rumors of what will the BJP do and so on. But the JDU has actually outdone the BJP in this election. And so there is no question that Mr. Nitish Kumar will continue as the Chief Minister of Bihar, and the BJP will continue with its deputy CMs in place.
Right. Really interesting. Of course, these are still the trends. We're not looking at any kind of victory. But of course, as the trends seem to be showing a clear lead from the NDA. But I thank you so much for taking out your time and coming on the broadcast, giving your opinion.
Thank you. Thank you.
All those responsible will be brought to justice.
Let's move on to other news. In latest developments in the Delhi Red Fort blast case, security forces have demolished the house of Dr. Umar An-Nabi in South Kashmir's Pulwama. Now, the demolition was carried out in the early hours today. The two-story structure in Pulwama's Koil village was reduced to rubble using bulldozers under heavy security cover. Now, the accused doctor was confirmed through DNA evidence as the driver of the white Hyundai i20 that was packed with explosives and detonated prematurely near the Red Fort's parking lot. Earlier, the Jammu and Kashmir security forces demolished the house of at least 10 terrorists and sympathizers across various districts, including Pulwama, Anantnag, Bandipora, and Shopian. The targeted properties included those of Lashkar-e-Toiba operatives and Jaish-e-Mohammed affiliates. And this after it emerged during investigation that the doctors arrested from Kashmir had links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror group. Now, Jammu and Kashmir CM Omar Abdullah has said that while no religion can justify the killing of innocents and one must not discriminate against Kashmiris or see them as terrorists or associated with terrorists. Listen to this.
जम्मू कश्मीर का हर बाशिंदा आतंकवादी नहीं है। जम्मू कश्मीर का हर बाशिंदा आतंकवादियों के साथ भी नहीं है। ये चंद लोग हैं जिन्होंने हमेशा यहाँ अमन और भाईचारे को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की है। बदकिस्मती से जब हम हर जम्मू कश्मीर के बाशिंदे को और बिलखसूस हर कश्मीरी मुसलमान को एक ही नजरिए से देखना शुरू करते हैं और ये तासुर देना शुरू करते हैं कि हर कश्मीरी मुसलमान जो है वो आतंकवादी है, तो फिर बहुत मुश्किल होता है लोगों को सही पटरी पर रखना है।
Now, security in national capital has been beefed up with Delhi police along with other agencies, including fire department, today conducting a mock drill in Sarojini Nagar area.
ये पुलिस द्वारा कराई जा रही है एक मॉक ड्रिल है जिसमें अभ्यास किया जाएगा। सभी आम जनता अपना अपना काम करें। ये पुलिस
All right, let's also look at some other stories making headlines in India at this hour. At least 8 people were killed and 13 injured after a speeding truck collided with multiple vehicles along a bridge area on Pune-Bengaluru highway. According to the police, a truck going towards Mumbai lost control, possibly due to brakes failure, and it hit multiple vehicles around 5:30 p.m. last evening, local time. Meghalaya police intercepted a car belonging to Congress MP Rakibul Hussain near the Assam-Meghalaya border last evening. The vehicle in which only his son was traveling was using a red VIP beacon in the MP's absence. Assam Minister Kaushik Rai posted the video of the incident on social media, highlighting the VIP racism by the Congress leader. Indian Air Force contingent landed at Air Base in France to participate in the bilateral air exercise Garuda 25 with the French Air and Space Force from November 16th to 27th. Su-30 MKI aircraft of the IAF and Rafale fighters of the FASF will engage in a simulated combat environment. The exercise will further enhance interoperability and strengthen defense cooperation between the two air forces. In a remarkable display of innovation at 16,000 feet, Indian Army's Gajraj Ko has successfully improvised and developed an in-house high-altitude monorail system to enhance operational capability in high-altitude areas. This improvised logistics solution will boost operational logistics, transportation of operational essentials, facilitating efficient logistics over an extremely rugged and challenging high-altitude terrain. With no respite from Delhi's toxic air quality, the Supreme Court on Thursday sounded a grim warning over the worsening air quality in the national capital region, calling the situation very serious and urging lawyers to avoid physical appearances in court. A majority of Delhi's 37 monitoring stations recorded AQI in the severe category in the wee hours today, despite GRAP Stage 3 restrictions in place. President Draupadi Murmu concluded her 6-day state visit to Angola and Botswana. President Murmu's visit reaffirmed India's commitment to deepen partnerships with the two African nations in sectors including energy, trade, and investment. The president's November 8th to 13th trip marked the first ever visit by an Indian president to Angola and Botswana. Moving on, Thailand King is in Beijing on a historic 5-day state visit to China at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping. Accompanied by his wife's Queen Sutinda, King Maharaj Vajiralongkorn was greeted at the airport by Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
Vajiralongkorn of Thailand has just by Queen Sutinda at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping. The royal couple will undertake a visit from November the 13th to...
Now, the visit by Thailand's King and Queen comes days after the visit by Spain's King Philip VI and Queen Letizia to China earlier this week. Now, the Thailand King was greeted by Xi Jinping at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing earlier. Now, the visit marks the first visit to China by a Thai monarch since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries in 1975. Now, during the visit, President Xi and Premier Li Qiang will hold separate bilaterals with King Maha Vajiralongkorn to discuss issues of shared interest. China is the first major country that King Maha Vajiralongkorn is paying an official visit since ascending the throne in 2016. Now, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of China-Thailand diplomatic relations and the Golden Jubilee of China-Thailand friendship. China has been Thailand's largest trading partner for many years. Thailand bought $80 billion of goods from China last year. China is also a top source of visitors for Thailand's vital tourism sector and a major investor in industries such as automobiles. Now, a decade has passed since devastating Paris attacks, and the city has come together to commemorate the tragic event. Hundreds of people, victims, relatives of the deceased, and politicians attended a ceremony honoring the victims of the attack of November 13, 2015, and the inauguration of a memorial garden dedicated to them. The garden features granite blocks engraved with the names of the 132 victims, creating a peaceful space for reflection. Hundreds of people gathered in central Paris to honor the victims of the 2015 terrorist attacks, laying flowers and lighting candles at the foot of the Republic statue. The sober ceremony took place near the epicenter of the massacre. President Emmanuel Macron, who led tributes to each attack site, emphasized France's resilience and commitment to defending Republican values against hatred and extremism. He said that assailants targeted democracy, freedom, through Paris attacks. He also warned that jihadism is re-emerging in a new, more insidious form, which is less detectable and less predictable.
Et c'est parce que vous étiez des enfants de cette France libre.
When terrorists seek to strike democracy, freedom, they target France and Paris first. That night, they struck sports venues, entertainment venues, art venues, places where souls would get together, places of liberty.
Vous étiez tous des enfants de France.
Now, Paris's Notre Dame Cathedral rang its bells as the French capital held various events throughout the day to mark the 10th anniversary of the attack. Another highlight of the commemoration was Eiffel Tower, which was lit up in blue, white, and red. On November 13, 2015, 9 Islamic State gunmen and suicide bombers struck within minutes at multiple locations across Paris, killing more than 130 people and injuring more than 400 in the deadliest violence the country had seen since World War II. Well, that's all in this bulletin. We'll be back with more news and updates on the other side of this very short break. You're watching WION The World. Stay tuned.
From timeless legends to modern-day actors, we take a look at Indian actors with the maximum number of hits to their credit.
अच्छा मतलब वो लोग पहचानते नहीं मुझे. Now we are re-releasing the film with the original end.
Meet Indian lyricist screenwriter Javed Akhtar and know all about the evolution of storytelling in animation. All this and much more with me, Diksha Bisla, on WION at these times.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS centenary year, Kesariya at 100.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Shivan Janna. You just saw the graphic of where things stand between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan in the Bihar elections. The window of any kind of a turnaround now, as per most experts, is nearly over. This result is almost going to be out in no time. That is what we're tracking in Bihar so far. But as we wait for the full results to come out and the final result to be out, let's wait and look at some other stories also which are trending at this hour. Let's start with the headlines first. NDA crosses two-thirds majority mark as NDA extends its lead in over 190 seats, with BJP and JDU going neck and neck with about 80 seats each within the alliance. As the NDA heads for a landslide win in Bihar, Mahagathbandhan is set to be rooted out, with RJD losing single largest party status. Jailed strongman Anant Singh widens his lead from Mokama in Patna. His rival Veena Devi, candidate of the RJD, is trailing. Devi is the wife of Suraj Bhan Singh, the rival Bahubali of Anant Singh. Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj party draws a blank so far in the trends. The party has contested 238 of the 243 seats. Russian forces downed more than 200 Ukrainian drones overnight, claims Moscow's defense ministry. This as Ukrainian emergency services say the Russian attack on capital Kiev killed one person and wounded at least 15. Three Chinese astronauts to return to Earth today after a delay caused when their spacecraft was struck by debris in orbit. China's economy is losing momentum with key indicators slowing again in October. Policymakers are delaying new support and investment remains weak, raising fresh concerns about China's ability to sustain growth beyond this year's target. Now, as counting of votes for Bihar Assembly elections continues, the ruling National Democratic Alliance, the NDA, has crossed the two-third majority mark, taking a massive lead in trends against the Mahagathbandhan. The BJP and the Janata Dal United-led NDA is ahead in 191 seats, way over the majority mark of 122 in the 243-member assembly. 122 was the winning mark. They currently, as per trends, are at 191. Now, it is a tight fight between NDA allies JDU and the BJP. There's more of a race within the NDA for the single largest party spot, with the BJP leading in at least 84 seats and JDU being close behind and ahead in 78. Now, as for the opposition, RJD, it has lost its single largest party status and is leading only in 32 seats so far in this election. The RJD contested 143 out of the 243 assembly seats. Congress continues to be the weak link in the opposition's grand alliance. The party fielded its candidates at 61 seats in the Bihar Assembly elections but failed to gain ground and is currently leading at 7 seats. Poll strategist Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj flops on its electoral debut in Bihar with 0 leads from 238 seats that it contested. And this is where trends stand as of now. BJP at 86, JDU at 78. They're among themselves within a deeper and a more intriguing race to watch out for, as that could have an impact and a bearing on the impact when it may have within the relationship of the two leading parties of the NDA. Overall, this does not seem like a race anymore between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan. And here is where the trends have been only suggesting what the exit polls said, but exit polls may not have predicted correctly the margin by which the NDA would lead here, because as per trends, they're leading by far more than what most of the exit polls had even suggested. And let's quickly go over to some reactions which have been coming in from different political parties and prominent faces. Let's listen in.
शासन करके विश्वास कैसे पैदा करते हैं, ये मोदी जी से और नीतीश जी से सीखना पड़ेगा। ऊपर से सोने पे सुहागा हो गया चिराग पासवान जी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, मांझी जी। ये पांडव जो है ना, कमाल हैं बिहार के। ये जो 5 दलों का गठबंधन हुआ वो अद्भुत है।
ये मेरे लिए एक सपने जैसा है, लेकिन जो मैंने 1 महीने से कैंपेन के दौरान महसूस किया है कि लोगों की बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें, आशाएं मुझसे जुड़ी हुई हैं, तो मैं पूरी मजबूती से अपने सभी कर्तव्यों को निभाने के लिए तैयार हूं।
ये पहले से पता था कि नीतीश कुमार के 20 साल के कार्यकाल में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है उस पे बिहार की जनता मोहर लगाएगी। उसने मोहर लगाई। 225 सीट का टारगेट था, 225 केजी लड्डू बट रहा है। अभी फाइनल आने दीजिए, समझ में आ जाएगा। विपक्ष का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया। नीतीश कुमार बिहार के टाइगर थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
And celebratory visuals coming in. We'll have the location for you shortly. And this is the location of the JDU office. Of course, not wasting any time. They are celebrating. They don't find it too early and they're not jumping the gun as far as the NDA is concerned. We earlier had shots from the BJP headquarters in Delhi where celebrations are also in full swing. And here we have visuals from the JDU office. So as far as the BJP and JDU are concerned, celebrations are already in full swing. Till last evening, we were even hearing of celebrations already beginning in the other camp. Till early morning, in the earlier responses that and the reactions that we had picked up, Tejashwi Yadav was very much heard saying in a confident voice that there will be a badlav, there will be a change of government, as Nitish Kumar has been in power for 20 years. But now it seems to be setting the stage for an unprecedented, for a record 5th term for Nitish Kumar if he continues to be the Chief Minister of Bihar. But that's a separate conversation to have. As of now, what is sure is that the NDA is looking to have a sweeping victory.